YouTube is started, webcam is on. I am mostly here, still getting ready. Let's see. I haven't thought about what I'm gonna do today yet. Part of me wants to continue this and try to figure something out, and that might mean I need to search for more references though, so maybe I shouldn't do that. And also figure a direction I want to take it, because this could be like a festival, it could be a town, a shopping district, right? It could be lots of things. And I don't really want to start it until I know, because that's kind of the hang-up right now, is like, what am I doing with it? I like it. I'd like to continue working on it. And I think figuring that on stream is a lot more... I mean, I guess I could just play around with different ideas, but I feel like that's so open-ended, I should really just pick a direction. So I'm a little bit waffly on that. Waffly. Not first or something. You're first. Well, no, I am, but, you know, that doesn't count, because I'm in my own chat. Excuse me. Reed Kreiner, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Also, is my mic even on? I don't even know. Maybe I forgot. I'm fully expecting to forget something today. Today has been a long day. I've been up since more or less 10 p.m. last night, and right now it's 11 a.m. So I've been awake for almost 13 hours, which isn't a lot. Well, no, it's not that much, but it's weird because it's 11 a.m. and feeling like you've already had a full day. I did nap, though. I napped a good bit, so technically it wasn't a full 13 hours, but... yeah, my day is already off, but I think I'll hang in there, which is why I'm a little hesitant to do, like, design work today. That feels a little brain-intensive, and also for the fact that I haven't decided what I want to, like, the direction I want to go. So then I'm trying to juggle even more things. I'm trying to, like, make it up as I go and pick a direction that I'm going to be happy with. But also part of me does want to work on it. And then, I'm just talking through my thought process here. I could continue this, and if I don't like the direction I've chosen or started going down, I can just, like, scrap it. That feels a little unproductive, but I think it's a good, like, I don't know, part of me thinks it's a good thing to sort of model that and do that on stream, to, like, hey, it's okay to undo work, because it's no different than just doing, like, 2 versions and picking the not the first version, right? Like, deleting something doesn't have to objectively feel like you're going backwards. Like, it's I don't know. Like, is it any different than working 2 hours on a bunch of thumbnails and picking the very last one or picking the first one? Like, did you not just spend a lot of time? I mean, it's all in service of the process, right? So I could do that and just kind of wing it. That is the title of the stream, Winging It. Maybe I had already made up my mind. I also kind of want to do thumbnails. Oh gosh, maybe, I don't know. What do you guys think? Also, hi Commissar Skull. Sorry, I'm in a conundrum. I am deciding what I want to do today. I guess the 2 options are between thumbnails and this. But if we go with this, I don't really have a good, let's see, what's on Pinterest? I mean, I have a Pinterest, but I don't know if I've saved architecture that is... and it's not even that. I think I want to, like, festivals. Not festivals, like... yeah, like town square festival. That kind of vibe, you know? A lot of German stuff. Which is cool, I guess. How do I make a new board? It's been so long. Town square. Create. I'm just making a new Pinterest board right now. Don't mind me. Browsing Pinterest to stream when you can't see what I'm looking at. Brilliant. Hope you're all doing well. No problem, Joe. Stramigo, hello. How are you? How's your day? Hope your weekend was good. I mean, hope everyone's weekend was good. I don't know why I greeted you specifically like that, but hope you're doing well. Okay, Let me also load up my chat thingy so I can actually read chat without having to tab to Twitch, because that's awkward. Also, where's my tea? Hold on a second. I've left my tea behind on the other side of my computer, so I'm going to turn off my webcam, stand up, run around my computer, grab my tea, come back and sit down. Oh, also, this thing. Oh, close that. Okay. I've got tea. I'm sitting down. Headphones are all tangled. Let's open up StreamBot while I'm doing that. I don't know why, but do you guys ever... Okay, I don't know if you guys have this problem. When I'm talking in voice chat, or on Twitch, or whatever, whenever my headphones come out, I feel like I'm deaf. Or, not deaf. Mute. Like, I feel like I can't speak because I'm not ready to, even though I can, and the things coming... And, like, I'm reading, so there's no reason I still can't do streaming when I can't, like, don't have my headphones in, but it makes it feel like I'm not going to be able to hear the person when they talk back to me, even though that makes no sense, because I'm not actually hearing you guys. Anyway. I don't know why that happens, but it confuses my brain to the point where I can't... I don't even want to talk when my headphones are out, but there's no reason I can't. Anyway. Hey! Hello! Hey, looks great. Thank you, Kitty Craftsy. Strumeagle says, my weekend was good, day is good, getting ready to draw soon. Nice. Amazing. What have you... is anyone doing Inktober stuff? Or any sort of Drawtobers, Tober stuff? Do all of us have a specific voice in your head? Yeah. My own. Like, more or less. I don't know. It's actually... I don't even know if it is my own. Like, if I'm imagining, like... this is gonna sound really stupid, but if I'm imagining myself rapping, I can hear, like, a rapper's voice who isn't my own, because, like, I'm not a rapper, but, like, I can imagine myself far better than I am, kind of. Does that make sense? So, I wouldn't even call it my own voice. That's a weird example, I know, but it, like... I think it's pretty much my voice that I hear in my head. And I don't always hear it in my head, but I do feel like it's pretty quiet if I'm not actively, like, mentally talking to myself, kinda. I don't know. It's weird. I think I do. I wouldn't... Yeah. I think that's how I work. I don't know. Is that weird? Maybe that's weird. Maybe I'm a weirdo, and I hear voices, and maybe I think we all have expectations of what people sound like before we actually... Yeah, that too. In, like, I will have, like, mini arguments with people. I know this is a terrible thing to do. Mini arguments with people who, like, that's not actually their position. Like, I'm not actually arguing with them. It's me. It's on my head. But, like, I will think of, like, the retort, which is really stupid. It's a bad exercise to do, I think, because, one, it's not them, and you can then, like, conflate it with, like, you know, like, it most of the time, if you have a disagreement, like, just talk to them and it'll be better, right? But, like, it's easy to sort of... Oh, are you asking with, like, streamers? Oh, wait, okay, let me reread that question and think about it from that perspective. Is it just interesting for streamers since they read so many people? No, when I read... So this is gonna sound extremely cold, but when I read chat, because I'm the one saying it, in some ways it's almost like I'm just responding to a not a rhetorical question, but like it's almost like I'm asking the question. And I know that's super, like, unpersonal, and, like, I do associate, like, I can associate types of questions with people, and, like, I do sort of build a mental model of, like, the people, especially the regulars, right? Like, when I think of, you know, Strumeagle in chat, I think of a certain person, kind of. And when I think of Kitty Craftsy, I think of another person. When I think of Commissar Skull, I think of another person. But in the very moment that I'm reading something, I'm not always even aware of who's saying it. Like, I am obviously if it's like following a conversation and I'm chatting with one person for a long time, but there is a point where if there's a lot of alternating messages, that's not at the forefront of like who's saying this. It's more of like, here's a thing, I'm going to read it and I'm going to respond to it as if it's its own little thing. Sometimes that means I miss context. Also, my webcam's off. Oops. So yeah, sometimes I'll miss context because of that. It's really weird. I haven't quite... It's hard to articulate. But it's like, sometimes things are just moving so fast, I can't read... Like, this is why, like, colors in chat with, like, people of similar length names and a similar color... If somebody came in with the exact same length of name as Strum Eagle, the same color of, like, this pinkish color that is on my stream. I don't know. It might change it for me. I don't know. But if someone came in, I may not even realize it's a different person until sometimes after the fact. Maybe they say something that's non sequitur, and I'm like, oh, that's weird, and I go back and oh, it's a different person, right? So it's really easy to sort of miss that in the moment. But I think looking back, like there are moments in stream where it, dies down, or I get a moment to breathe, and I can kind of... It's like I can quickly consolidate. I'm like, okay, this is sort of who this person is. So it sounds very cold, but in the moment, I'm not always aware. Linuxo, hello. Evening, Joe in chat. Evening. I do try to get into the habit, though, and I'm trying better to, like, read the person's name before, just to, like, prime myself to know who the person is. Because I don't know, it's not like in real life, right, where if someone talks... You just see them and then because that's the thing. It's so visual. There is no like... Maybe it's just because we're really good at processing visual information. But like for me, it's more of like the length of name, the color. I'm not reading the words in your name, if that makes sense. And so I'm more just focused on what you're typing. So I actually will just kind of blur out the name in a way. I don't know. It's kind of... That makes it sound weird. I don't know. I doubt every streamer does that. I know some streamers are way better. Also, I'm going to do thumbnails today. I'm not feeling looking up more reference. I'm going to make an effort to collect references, figure out maybe a theme for this before Thursday. But I think for today, I'm going to do some sketches, some thumbnails. Maybe I will have a few references here, maybe from Pinterest or something. And I think I'm just a little tired for coming up with like a theme for this, because I do like it, and I'd love to dive into like architectural design, figure out what these buildings are, put stuff around them, clutter them, design them a bit, color them. There's some big trees and stuff. Like I know the general layout, but I don't really know what's happening. So let's... what was I doing? Oh, it's gonna go dark for a second. It's black, probably. But yeah, I'm always afraid to say that on stream, like, that sort of... Because, like, in the moment, it can feel like it's sort of depersonal when, like, somebody might ask a really thought-provoking question, and I won't remember who asked it. Because I'm just so much more in the question. Like, I'm more thinking about my response, I'm thinking about communicating, I'm thinking about reading it. Even if I read the name, I still might not register it. It's like everything's moving so fast. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if that's a me problem or not, but it very well could be. But anyway, yes, I am doing well. For people who... Maybe someone asked? My day's good. I worked early. It was a long day. Surprisingly not quite as long as I thought, but it was still a very long day. I mean, it was a full 8 hours, which is very rare for a Monday. And of course now I stream for another 4 to 5, and so, it's a long day. If you count streaming as work, it'll amount to a long day. Let's put it that way. And I do count streaming as work in the sense that it takes energy, and if I'm too exhausted, I struggle at it. So, But yeah. Okay, I have a Pinterest. Wait, did I start my YouTube stream? Hold on. Uh, Hi, YouTube. No, okay, YouTube is currently ticking away. I have a question. How are you able to do perspective without perspective line? It always seems to be placed so well. Oh, thank you. Also, I'm happy you're doing well despite the long day. Um, I mean, I think when you do, uh, gosh, I mean, okay, so I'm going to tell a story, a very quick story. Hopefully, I'll get to the point. So I was listening to an episode of 3 Point Perspective today while at work. It's a podcast with 3 artists, and they jabber about stuff. And they were today, and in one of the episodes, they were talking. It was Lee White, and he was talking about using references. And he was like, because he was speaking about himself, he was like, I am a professional artist. I have quite a bit of experience, and so I have a hand. So this was Lee White talking. He was saying, so I have a handful of environments I can draw, but I can do them pretty well, and I can mix and match. But like, eventually they'll become kind of generic, and that's kind of how I am with perspective. Like, I have a handful of perspectives I can draw, like environment objects at different sizes, spaced differently. Also, I use some tricks, I guess. Like, you'll see me do a lot of this kind of thing where I do like this and then this. This is different than measuring things this way, right? You don't see me do a lot of this and then do another building over here that is like, also I'm intentionally doing this kind of bad, right? Where I do this, like I might add these little side parts in early, but a lot of what I'm doing is kind of a cheaty way where it looks better than it is because I'm not adding the depth. I'm just adding the big shapes, right? I'm basically doing that instead of that, right? And so this, I think, is a lot easier to make it look right, where you're just doing the big blocks and you're not trying to make all these converging lines perfect. And like the effect is the same. Like there's still like these ratios you can have where lines converge. And this is like one of my, things, like my models that I can kind of fall back on. So I can quickly block out stuff, and I can make it roughly, things are roughly in perspective. If I want to add something here, I can make it a little taller. I can put stuff in the foreground. There's also some little tricks that I've learned. Not really tricks, but more like almost like laws, I guess. Laws of perspective. That sounds weird, but so like little things like if I have a horizon line up here, right, and also known as your eye line, right? It's where your eyes are. If you are in the scene, here's a little trick. If you are standing in the scene and you are an average height person and you have a bunch of other average height people, your eyes are on the horizon line, right? Because that is, here's a person, right? This is you. You are in, I mean, actually you're further back, right? This is what you see. So this is an average height person right in front of you, right? A person that's way far away, their eyes are also where your eyes are, right? Because they're just as tall. And so if you get another person here, and a bigger person, a closer person here, right? This creates perspective, right? So this is, everybody's eyes are going to be at the same level if you're standing on a flat surface and everybody's about the same height. So sometimes there's little tricks where, like in this scene, I pretty much just put everybody's eyes like more or less the same spot. I mean, yes, there's some taller people and some shorter people, right? But, and obviously a kid is going to be short or something, but like, a lot of the trick, and then relative to like a doorway, well, doorways are, so a lot of times once you learn the patterns, you can just kind of repeat them. Most of my horizon lines are like here or here. I don't vary it a lot. Perspective is very consistent, right? It's very repeatable. It's I mean, I guess there are a lot of ways to like warp and distort it, but I don't do that, right? I'm doing like very simple things. I don't know. I guess perspective, it's one of those things where it does become sort of a muscle memory thing. Or it's at least like if I go to draw anything square, right? I just kind of know that these lines need to converge. And maybe I haven't decided exactly where my eye line is, right? I haven't decided exactly that these are both going to converge right here, right? Which means this thing is probably a little low, which is what I drew it at first, but let's just keep it. So this isn't perfect, right? But from here, now I have more lines, and I know that, like, if I'm going to draw another thing on top of here, this line needs to come downward a little bit steeper, right? I can't make it go like this, because now I know these lines will never converge because they're parallel. So there's little patterns like that where, you know, the taller a thing is, the more steep these lines will get. Right? So if you're doing a really tall stack of books or something, right? And maybe if I had known what I was going to draw beforehand, I could have made these tilt inward a little bit to give it a little bit of 3-point perspective. And like, you know, it kind of will work out. Are these lines perfectly going to the same spot? Probably not, right? Or I mean, are they falling on the same line? Probably not. But they're pretty close, and so it kind of works, right? That's kind of, so I fudge it. I'm not making it pixel perfect. I'm just making it, also like in real life, things are tilted, right? You have things that are rotated, and as long as things are if things are rotated, right, you're gonna have different vanishing points on this object than if I have one that is not rotated, right here. So like these lines might converge. Oh, that's not drawn correctly, right? So I think it's more of just not being super concerned with accuracy, but also knowing a lot of little habits. Also things like, you know, ellipses are going to be very, very like a line as they get towards the horizon, and then they're going to be much flatter. And why is that? Well, it's the same reason. Is as you get closer this way, you're looking more straight down at an object, right? Not completely straight down, but much more straight down than you are at an object way back here, right? Because back here, there's a lot of that scrunching happening. So these things are very, you know, but we aren't compressing the left and right that much. I mean, we still are some, right? Things are converging. But generally, if you want to draw like a lake in a scene, you know, I can very quickly make it like roundish. And then back here, I can just start putting a whole bunch of horizontal lines, right? When in doubt, put horizontal lines. And those can represent lakes, right? This one has a lot of shape and a lot of a lot of shape. These are basically just flat lines. So there's a lot of little tricks like that. I think I mean, and I don't think I'm great at perspective. I just think I have a lot of little shorthand things. I've done a lot of samey type things before. And so I think it can come off as like I'm good at it or something, but I don't know. I would argue that I'm not as good at it as I might seem. I don't know. That's my hunch. But yeah, I think a big one is a lot of the perspective that I do is also, I think perspective is it's a big term. So let's just hold on. I think this is a better example, a better answer. I'm going to re-answer your question. So hopefully I don't repeat myself, but I think perspective does a lot, right? Perspective helps show scale. Perspective helps show form, right? So think like linear perspective, right? Things converging. That's how you typically show form, is you make a 3D object, right? Perspective is... What else does perspective do? Perspective does... I don't know. There's a consistency to it, right? I don't know what you call that. But just for the record, you can show scale in a very graphical, two-dimensional way, right? You don't have to... I'm just going to write converging. This is like your... I don't know what you call that. Convergence? Right? But like scale you can show with just making objects bigger or smaller relative to each other. So like you don't really... That's not like technical perspective. Form you can do with shading. You can do with values, right? Like you don't have to, again, you don't have to have this intricate like grid thing going on and draw things perfectly in perspective. A lot of it is, it can be done with just like simple values, right? Like if I put, or I guess, I mean, I don't always do a lot of shading with values, but like you can, right? You can get away with values for form in shading, right? So like I don't know. I think there's other ways to show things, and you can like, to me it's less about the technical elements of scale and am I doing these things, right? Am I showing objects getting closer together as they get further away? Yes. Okay, great. Is it accurate? No. Does it show form? Yes. All right. Is it perfect? No. Does it show scale? Yes. Is it perfect? Again, no, right? It's just sort of, I'm using what perspective does, and I'm just making sure it does those things. And if it feels off, I'll try and fix it. And then it turns out that my perspective is okay-ish, maybe? I don't know. Was that a... I tried. That's my try at an answer, at two separate answers. So one, I've done a lot of it, I'm repeating myself, and also I'm not really worried about the perspective itself. I know the rules, I kind of try to follow them, but also I'm more worried about clarity. I'm more worried about, does this thing look like it's far away? If not, I will make it look far away. Maybe, right, so if I have two objects, let's just do this now. I'm just going to do a thumbnail. If I have an object back here, let's just add some bluish color for a nice sky, maybe a dusty sky or something. Maybe I get some more foreground stuff. It'll be some dusty yellows or some background stuff, I guess. And then maybe some more saturated, or maybe less saturated, actually. Darker colors, like, I don't know, foreground. If I want something further back, right, I don't, like, I have tools to do that. I can put other objects in front of it, right? Maybe some lakes that go back further, right? And just like I was talking about earlier, that can push something back, right? That's going to push these back right here. I could also change the value, right? And so I kind of look at it and be like, does it look right? If it doesn't, I'll push it back. And ideally, my knowledge of perspective is going to be okay, and my understanding of does it look right is going to be okay. And as I make them more and more okay, the things will look better. So, like, as long as I'm still trying to nudge the clarity of the image in a direction, perspective will typically get more, like, it'll become right. Because I'm going to notice if it's, hopefully I'm going to notice if it doesn't look right, and then I'm going to try and solve that problem. Either it's going to be through straight up, like, measuring my perspective and figuring it out, or it's going to be through other means that do similar things. Yeah, I mean, I'm more concerned if, like, the shapes read clearly, right? Or does the image read clearly? You know, is it perfect? No, but, like, sometimes that's ideal, right? I mean, there are so many artists throughout history and animation and just in general who will fudge perspective to make the effect even more strong, right? Classic example I bring up all the time on stream is, like, a lot of animators, not a lot, I've heard of animators doing this, I've heard of Ghibli doing this, but, like, if you're gonna paint a one-point perspective room, right, instead of going like this, and, you know, you want your room to be open, here's a lamp hanging down, here's some bookshelves, oops, these need to be going in there, right, here's some bookshelves, all converging, everything's converging to this point, right, the floorboards converging to that point, here's another thing, here's a door or something, I don't know. This is one way to do it, this is accurate, but what a lot of artists will do is they will have the same room, well, not one-point perspective. What they'll do is they will, here, let's do this. This is the back wall. I'm actually going to make it a little smaller for this example. They'll open it up. They'll say these walls are actually going to converge over here, and these walls are going to converge over here. This is not a square room. but it gives you more real estate to show the things on the room. So I have more room to show what's on the shelves, right? You just give yourself more room. Whoops, instead of being, I flipped it, but instead of being scrunched to this amount of width, right? You now have a little bit more, right? That's fudging perspective. Is it perfect? No, but like it makes things more clear. So either you make it more accurate but less clear, right? Or you make it more clear and less accurate. Take your pick. A lot of people are going to opt for this one, not because it's more accurate, but because it's more clear, right? And I think that happens all the time in perspective and scale. You know, maybe something would be more accurate if a character in, you know, a bunch of antelope, maybe I was drawing antelope or deer in the back. Maybe it would make more sense if you couldn't see them back here because they blended in so well. But, like, is that going to tell the story? No, let's make them a little bit bigger. Let's make them a little more vibrant, you know? Something to make them shine back here so that you can actually see them in a distance. Because a lot of animals blend into their environment, right? So that's another case where, like, you can fudge scale. You can fudge perspective. You can fudge... You know, you don't want it so wrong that people are going to notice. But this is where... I think trying to like jump out of your own painting and like look at it, like imagine you're seeing your own painting for the first time. I know that's really hard. I can't actually do that. I try though. And like, you know, this is where like flipping can help. You know, you flip your canvas, you try to get fresh eyes because you might notice that like, oh, this is not gonna be clear, right? If I didn't know what this was already, this is one of the reasons why I really like. I always ramble about like this. It's like psychology and sort of like I don't know, like our biases and sort of our preconceived notions around a topic, and when you imagine something in your head, all the context that's actually coloring that idea that's in your head, right? This is another thing where like when you're looking at your own art, you already know what it is, and so it's definitely tricky to like try and sort of get outside of yourself, pretend that you have amnesia, pretend that you don't know what you're looking at, and be like, can I figure it out strictly based on what's in the image, right? I can't use my prior experience of knowing what it is. I have to actually... It's sort of like when you're... I don't know. Sorry if this is too many tangents. Like when I'm doing like a Sudoku or something, and like, you know, if I'm at my mom's house, she has a bunch of Sudoku books. You know, or maybe like a niece or nephew, like, that's a number 6. And maybe it is, but I'm not going to believe them, right? I'm going to have to go through and find out the logic for myself. I'm not going to trust this other voice telling me that this is the answer, right? And so it's like, I need to be able to look at my image and ask myself, does the image logically lead to the clarity that I want it to be? Like, you know, does it lead me with visual language, right? Do the shapes tell me a thing? Does the perspective tell me a thing, right? Is that actually what I'm getting, or am I just guessing, right? I can't guess. No guesswork allowed. If I want to communicate, I need to communicate, right? And it's hard because you're fighting with yourself. And so I think I use that as like a way of like, does this look good? And then if not, I try to, okay, well, what would I need to understand what's happening? And if all goes well, it will nudge the painting in a way where like perspective will look okay, and you know, values will look okay, because it will, like, that's the goal, is clarity, right? And if everything is clear and nothing is unclear, no one's gonna look at that and be like, huh, that's weird, because that's not clear, right? Like by definition, no one's doing that if they look at your painting if it's clear. So if someone is looking at your painting and be like, huh, that doesn't look right, you didn't make it clear enough. And maybe that's because you weren't accurate in your perspective, but maybe it is another issue entirely, because again, accuracy isn't always my goal. I don't know. I do want to be accurate though. I want to know how to do it accurately. And so I do judge myself by those standards quite a bit. I don't know. Sorry, that was a very long rant, convoluted way. Kitty Craftsy says, no, I think it's interesting to hear the thinking process. I mean, I try. I keep in mind that whenever I'm like talking through my own thought process, I'm kind of guessing at it. Like, you know, we can all tell ourselves stories about what we're doing psychologically or why we are making a choice, and we could be wrong. But I think that's my best understanding of kind of my thought pattern of like of how I'm doing things. I mean, because again, I also just have done a lot of it, right? I've done a lot of perspective stuff. I've tried to be very deliberate and methodical about it. I've gone the longhand way, if you will, before trying shorthand ways. But I also just have a lot of pattern recognition, and I've looked at stuff a lot, and I sort of have a pretty good sense of if something looks off or not. Again, there's probably some glaring blind spots that people look at and be like, yeah, you're full of it. Like, you obviously, you don't have a good sense of it, but I think I have a pretty good sense of stuff. But, you know, again, that comes from experience. That comes from doing it a lot. Kitty Craftsy says, it's more like if the shapes read well, it should be all right. Interesting. I'm always impressed by the way you make it so well. Thanks for the way you... By the way you... Wait. Thanks a lot for explaining how you do this. Yeah, no problem. I like explaining how I do it because honestly, a lot of times I haven't thought about it too much, and it's like I have to actually now think about it and try to understand it. And I don't know, I actually think it helps to try and understand why you make choices, because sometimes you might be making a choice that isn't good, and you didn't actually ever ask yourself why you do what you do. And so you just keep doing this bad thing, and then you're like, oh, actually, I've been doing this because I did it all along, and I'm, you know, like, I didn't do it because it's accurate or because I wanted to, I just did it because it was habit. So I don't know, I like those kinds of questions, because they do sort of get you to sort of, yeah, kind of think outside. I mean, think outside yourself is such a non mushy mishmash term. It's just it doesn't mean anything. But I do think it's, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Yeah, but like here's an example where I just wanted there to be some extra something in the page, and so I thought, okay, let's add some more depth. And so adding these vertical lines, also like through lines, so a line that goes here and passes behind an object, right? So like I'm doing a lot of this stuff because it does something for the painting. I think a lot of what I do, it is trying to think about stuff in terms of like a function. Like, okay, maybe I want some little shapes back here to indicate some trees and with some light on them. I don't know. So like, I don't know. I maybe for me, and here's me just thinking out loud. Hold on, I'm gonna pause that thought. Taikyoman says, it definitely forces you to re-examine your thought process and break you from your own patterns. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to think it does that. Although admittedly, I'm quite patterny. I do a lot of, especially on stream, because I'm not always thinking critically about my art, because I'm talking to you guys. Like it's hard to do both and be like genuinely critical about what you're doing. When you're trying to have a conversation. But I do try to do that on stream. Faye Helmet, hello! I see you. Hello, Faye Helmet. No need to spam. How's it going, Faye Helmet? Hope you're doing well. But yeah, I think that's a good thing, is to like try and re-examine your thought process. I mean, that's how learning works. It's going good? Nice. Glad it's going well. Yeah, today's gonna be a pretty chill. What was I saying? I don't remember. I forgot what I was saying. That's okay. I was like, I'll pause that thought, and then I paused it and forgot about it. It's okay. It probably wasn't that important anyway, right? Isn't that what people say? If you had a thought and you can't remember it, probably wasn't that important. Although that's probably not always true. I think people do forget important stuff. So probably not accurate. Um, but yeah, I think a lot of it really is just, doing it deliberately at some point, trying to sort of ingrain those patterns in your head to where you've done them a lot. Um, oh, yeah, okay. I think I know what it is. I think maybe I already said this, but I think there's a point where you every artist, myself included, of course, um, learns things one at a time, right? Where you learn, like, I'm going to learn perspective, I'm going to learn composition, I'm going to learn storytelling. Like at some point though, you have to start combining them, and in everything, every just by definition, every single one of those things have to become either equal or secondary to something else, right? Like you it's, I mean, not technically, you could just have a perfect hierarchy and like perspective's most important, then this, and but not like most of the time they're all kind of in balance, right? Like none is the most important, which means I'm not really thinking of it as like perspective for perspective's sake or values for values sake, right? I'm not judging composition based on does this thing sit on a rule of third, right? I'm judging it against all of the other things, right? If I have perspective lines going here, right? And I'm like, I want my composition, my focal point to be here. Well, like, hold up, all of these lines are pushing me in the composition here. Like, why wouldn't I use that, right? Maybe I should like use perspective to assist to my composition, right? Like, I'm not just gonna ignore the fact that I'm it's already doing it. No, that didn't mean to do like that. Anyway, you get what I'm saying. Like this is now the focal point because like I've already decided perspective. Like that's so you can't. They're all interconnected, right? And so I think I've gotten okay at trying to think about things sort of like what are they actually doing, not how do I do them. Because like I think I know more or less how to do perspective and how to do various things. And a lot of it, it's more like what is, I don't know, it's more about like the choices that I make. I don't know if that makes sense. Hey Jay, what's the best way to make a battle stance for a snail? Ooh, I don't know. I would imagine animators are good at this. I don't know. But like if you look at like those flour sack uh animations where people will have like like a flour sack with eyes, and it will be like, walking, and they'll show all the weight of this bean sack or whatever you call it. I don't know how to draw I don't know how to do it, but like there's a lot of, even in like a fairly rigid object, you can get a lot of gesture. So like, if you were to make a snail, you don't have to make the, you know right, you don't have to make this part flat, right? You could do like a gesture where it's like ready to pounce, kind of like a, something like, is that how you draw a snail? Right, something like that, where it's like it's lurching, or like there's ways to animate something and give it a gesture that like it wouldn't have in real life, and you can exaggerate something. So if you wanted to show a snail in a battle stance, and I know this is kind of a goofy question because I don't think you were probably serious, maybe you were. um I mean, it's a good question though, right? Like, because I think that's a tough thing to do, is like give gesture to a thing that would never have that gesture. And actually, this is relevant to environments too, because like buildings can have gesture. Giving your tree a gesture, right? Making it feel old and droopy and, tired, or giving your building a lot of life and vibrancy, and it's perking up over the other ones, and like it has its, like it can have gesture too. It's not gonna be as obvious because you're not necessarily giving it like humanoid, or like things. feet are cheating with your character. Well, what I just did there, that's not feet, right? If you do a snail like this, right? I don't know how you draw snails, but like these wouldn't be feet, right? These are the whole form. It's have you ever seen like Cars, right? Like the movie, right? They will go like, you know, they'll randomly look like this or something, you know, when they I don't know how to draw a car, right? Where they're stopping all of a sudden and everything is getting compressed and like, you know, the thing bends, right? It's like that's they're giving it gesture, they're animating it, right? So that's what I'm talking about. I'm not saying give it literal feet to stand on. I'm saying bend the form. You are allowed to squish your snail to make it puff up its chest, right? Maybe you want your snail to be like, you know, this or something where it's like it's curled up and it's like, you know, more, I don't know, poofy or something. I don't know how if that's a good shape for a snail. Right? Like, is that how snails work? But like maybe you want this front part of the snail to feel like it's a chest that's you know, puffed up, and so it has these things up here, right? And maybe it's extra, you know, it's extra tall. This is where thumbnailing would come in. Do a bunch of silhouettes, try and look at things that feel like they're in a defensive pose, or one that's, you know, maybe you have, you know, if you're really good at drawing three-dimensional things, you know, maybe one shoulder is like down and like the one is back. Do snails have shoulders? I don't know. But like maybe from the front view, you'd have this like, you know, like the front of the snail is angled or something, like kind of ready to, like maybe there's like a gesture to it where it's sort of this is not drawn correctly, but hopefully you get what I mean, where like one you draw it at a weird, you know, like from the flour sack point of view, maybe the flour sack is like that, right, where it's you have this sort of rolling thing, you know, and maybe you do that but with like the front profile of your snail, right? So like he's sort of taken like a, you know, like he's ready to charge or something. I'm drawing it very poorly, but like I think that kind of thing can be added into characters that would never be able to do that, right? Yeah, that one snail from that movie, I don't know which movie that is, but probably, I'm sure there's animated snails where they are very gestural. But yeah, that's kind of what I would do, is sort of bend and squish your snail and twist it into, you know, puff thing. Oops, bumped my mic. Puff things up and give it an extra gesture, and just to give it like the shape language of somebody who is in a battle stance or whatever that, you know, whatever that means to you. I have a hunch that if you were to Google battle stances, you'd see a lot of like wide-legged stances. You know, maybe lower center of mass, right? So maybe that's what you do. Maybe you widen the snail on the side, you know, you give it a bigger center of mass by making it lower. You know, here's the front of it, because I don't know how to draw the side. I don't know how to draw a snail from the side view like this, right? You lower the, like, you do all of the things, right? Again, this is where being good at drawing really helps, and I'm not. Right? Being able to lower that center of mass, you know, dip one shoulder, dip one side, you know, give it sort of like a charging, maybe a forward momentum pose, right? So from the side view, you'd still want it to be like, right? You'd want it to be leaning forward a bit, maybe, because that's going to give the pose of, like, it's ready to charge or something. And so maybe you... But also you squish it, so maybe you bring the shell down this way or something, so you squish the shell. Like, maybe you... I don't know. There's probably lots of ways, right? But again, this all applies to environments too. This applies to anything you draw, right? This is... You want to give something a gesture, you want to give something personality. Luna Marian, how's it going? Luna Marian, welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Here's your forged shell apprentice with a sword and guard stance raising his shell. Nah. I like it. Oh, that's a good way to do it too, right? Where you are literally raising the shell as like a shield, right? Yeah, there's a lot of ways to do it. Speaking of that earlier topic about perspective and like how do you do perspective without lines? Sometimes actually I don't what I didn't mention is sometimes I do draw a grid line. Like I might add a few quick grid lines like this. And you may not even notice that they're grid lines. Maybe I do them segmented like that. But I might use these as like maybe they don't extend all the way. So maybe I do just like a few lines that are all converging at a certain point. I'm like, okay, well, here's going to be a building. Here's another building. And then I start, maybe I add a lake or something in here is like, a lot of times I'll sketch in this ground plane, which is like my horizontal line. And so I do actually do some grids. I just don't do all of the grid because I'm sort of planning out shapes. But I do know, like, if I'm going to have a building that's going this way, it's going to be very, very steep, right? Because this is very high up. I've already established this is my eye line. So in theory, we would have a line like this, right? And so I shortcut it by saying, okay, this line then, like, instead of going like this at the top of the building, if this is going to be that front view, right? This line would come down here, right? Or this line would come, if it were taller, it would come down here. And so what I'm doing is I'll just draw this part of the line, right? Just right here. Because I know that, like, if I'm drawing a square, that's going to be the part that's going to be that angle. And so sometimes I'll just draw those lines, and it's like, I will be very deliberate about those, but then I'll move on to the next things, and, like, you may never even notice that I was focused on that in that brief moment. So that's another thing. It's not all pattern recognition. It's not all just experience. I do think about it, if that makes sense. So yeah, I guess I'm gonna keep answering that question because it's not as easy. It's a lot of things happening. There's a lot of experience. There's a lot of deliberateness. There's a lot of also like I'm trying to figure things out as I go. And so because of that, there's a lot of jumping around, like, mentally. Luna Marion, I am doing very well. My day is good. I am... yeah, I'm doing really well. Today's been a nice day. I'm a little tired because I worked a lot today before stream, but... yeah. Yeah, here's another example, right? If I'm gonna make lines going into the scene, which I don't always do, I will be a little more deliberate about making these converge at some point on the horizon line. Again, these don't need to converge here, right? They don't all need to converge in the same spot. It could be a rotated object, right? It could be going there. It could be not at the same spot, but they do need to converge somewhere on this line, pretty much, if they're going to be sitting on the ground, right? Same thing, if I'm going to draw people, I could start also by putting a person here, but now I know that, like, my eyes are here, which means this person is either very tall, or I'm very short, or I am lower than this person, right? And I'm looking up at them, which maybe that's the effect. Maybe I'm from a kid's view, and all these grown-ups are just, massive, and they're all at different heights because I'm not at their perspective. So they're literally just feel taller than me, right? So they have their own perspective lines, and they're not at my height, right? And so there are things like that where, the first person I draw is a choice that I have to make, and that's like a trick. Do you guys do this? I don't know what you call it. I call them triggers, but I know that's like a loaded word, right? It's not like a bad thing. It's just a thing that makes me think of another thing, right? That's literally what I mean when I say trigger, in art anyway. Like, when I think of when I go to draw a human or any character, that is a trigger for me to briefly think about scale, right? What scale do I want this human at? And then I'll make a choice. And that first human, I will take a moment and I'll be like, okay, they're gonna be this big on my page. Let's put them in red, right? They're gonna be this big. Great. Now from here, I can just like, okay, let's start plopping in people, you know, draw a bunch of more people. Easy, right? Because I've already figured out my scale and now I just draw stuff accordingly. But that first person, it was like a little trigger point, right? This happens a lot if I'm going to do a building, that top edge, that's a trigger. It's like, okay, this is a thing that needs to be in perspective, and I know from experience that it can get very, very steep and very deceiving, right? If this angle doesn't feel right, it's going to throw the whole thing off, right? And so I'll take a little bit extra care to make sure this angle, right, this little corner here is at the right angle. Reference point. I always call it a trigger kind of, because it's like, it's a thing that triggers my brain to like, oh, I remembered something, right? It's sort of like when you, I don't know, like in real life, if you're leaving your house, and at no point up until me leaving did I consciously remind myself to grab my keys, my wallet, my headphones, whatever, my backpack if I'm gonna use a backpack, right? At no point did I'm like, make sure I find them, right? I just go and grab them, and 99% of the time I have them all when I walk out my door. But before I close my door, the first thing I do is like give myself like a pat down. Do I have my keys in my pocket? Yep, they're there. My wallet, my phone, and then once I have all three of those things, then I can close and lock my door, right? But I didn't think about that. That's just like, when I step outside my door, that's the thing that it's like, boom, it happens. Because I've done it enough. I've trained myself to like, don't forget my keys. But I wasn't reminding myself. I wasn't even thinking about any of that before. I just was on autopilot and I happened to grab all the stuff, and good job me. I guess I did it right. But every once in a while, I'll be like, oh crap, I don't have my key on me. And then I'll have to go back and grab my keys before I lock myself out. And so like that trigger will save me, right? And so I there's a lot of little things like that in art where, this thing will trigger a value check, right? The second someone, this happens a lot in chat. We goof about this sometimes, where like somebody will say something about colors, like, oh, I like those colors. That, up until that point, I may not have been thinking about colors. And so then I'll think, oh, do I like these colors? And then right after the person says I like your colors, I change them. Why? Why do I change them? Because you've triggered me to think of, you've activated that part of my brain that made me think about my colors. And then I decided, do I like my colors? And I thought, nah, I don't like them, right? So, new feature that costs bits. Hold on. See, this is why I go to Twitch for art and refuse to learn in art school. No, art school is probably good. I've never been to art school, but I think any sort of education and getting in the habit of furthering like knowledge is good. I don't know. You get tips and tricks. I mean, to be fair, most of the tips and tricks are from doing the fundamentals a lot, to where you form little connections and like shortcuts for yourself to like think about them easier. So I think most of the time it happens the other way around. I don't think you learn the tips and tricks first. I think you learn sort of the longhand way first. And I actually think in theory, I think that's the best way to do it. It's kind of like how you, in math class, not to say that math is a perfect example of this, because a lot of people don't like math, but typically you would learn the proof or the longer version of a thing before, you might not learn the proof. You might just be told that this is going to work. But you typically learn like a longer format version of it if possible. And then you learn like the shortcut, right? I think for integrals in calculus we did this. I don't really remember anything about integrals, to be honest. But there's a lot of things in math I feel like they would teach you a long way, and then they'd like, actually, there's a much easier way. And then people would be like, oh my gosh, why didn't you tell us this first? It's because that way of thinking of like getting to the answer, it's not about the answer, it's about the process of like going through the steps and like thinking about it a certain way. So I will say, I think when it comes to the fundamentals in art, learning it the long way and trying to be critical about it enough to where you can come up with like your own like, huh, isn't it interesting that as, you know, lines get taller, they kind of fan out like this, right? They kind of go like, there's sort of a, you know, they get steeper, right? And so if you're not connecting them all the way to the bottom, it kind of looks like this sort of, and also they get closer, and so you kind of get this like this fanning out effect. And like, isn't that interesting? It's just a pattern that emerges, and then you're like, oh, now when I sketch in my perspective grid, I'm just gonna start by sketching in that little fan, and it's like it's a shortcut for a perspective grid because it kind of all goes to one spot, right? It's not super accurate, but it's I don't think a beginner should start by not sketching in perspective lines, right? At some point, you'll figure out which perspective lines have been useful for you and which ones haven't, right? Some people want to do the whole grid. If you know that you're painting just a ground plane and that your sky is going to be one color, do you need the grids up here? Well, maybe if you have trees or something that are going to be, you know, like that. But like, you might just choose to shortcut it out and be like, I'm just gonna put these, right? I don't need all the lines because that's a lot of work, and I don't know, it saves time or something. But yeah, no. New feature that costs bit. Which new feature? I actually don't know. Let me see. I don't see on-screen celebration, gigantified. Those are the only ones I see. Oh, wait. Oh, it's literally that. I don't know why that didn't... Hold on. Did that not appear? Oh, that didn't appear. Wait, thank you for the 20 bits. Wait, I didn't see that. Wait, combo started. You have 1 minute left to join. I didn't know that was a thing. Thank you. Wait, those are bits that you just gave me? Is that what just happened? Did you just give me bits? I didn't even notice. It didn't do anything for me. That's annoying. Wait, I don't actually know what happened. I don't know anything about this feature. I'm so clueless. Did you just give me bits or not? Either way, good job on the combo. I don't know what's happening. Mr. Ole, you activated my trap card. Now I change the colors. Pretty much, it's like, it really is like a... It's like a conditional, right? It's like conditions. It's like I'm a robot, and I have these pre-programmed conditional statements, and once you activate those conditional statements, my program runs. And that program is just chugging away in the background, waiting for those things to trigger those conditionals. And it's like, oh, it triggered, and it's a lot of them. And I, you know, pretty much, I mean, it's constantly happening, right? It could be a color shift. If I'm gonna go pick like a, I don't know, it could be with like warm and cool colors. If I know I'm gonna paint a shadow, maybe I'll briefly think about, you know, are my shadows so far overwhelmingly cool or overwhelmingly warm, right? If they're overwhelmingly warm, maybe I should, you know, consider why they're warm, and if I want them warm, or do I want cool shadows, and if so, why? And like, you know, maybe I'll just do a little like, you know, touch base type thing and be like, okay, is all my ducks in a row? Is that the term? Ducks in, I don't know. but like just to make sure that everything is the way that I want, because maybe I've been on autopilot, right? Or I have been. That's almost the default, right? Is autopilot. And until that little tripwire was tripped, I won't even think about it. And so that's just like a little system alert in my brain to be like, oh, just double check that this is the way you want it to be. And then I'll double check and then I'll move on. And then I don't have to think about it again. Faye says, I'm a high school dropout, man. I'm at my wit's end with the entire education system, especially in my country. Last year, I've had to deal with aide teachers treating me like a 5-year-old and yelling at me if I asked for different treatment. I'm 19. Art schools are probably even worse because Italy, I guess. No. Well, that sucks. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like you hear a lot of artists and people who like the school system didn't necessarily, give the people the tools or stuff that they needed because maybe they learned a little different. Maybe they were more, like one thing or another, just, couldn't focus, or maybe there was, it's sort of this, it's not a great system, right? It's sort of like everybody is trying to be in the same sort of box, literally, and sort of being crafted to the same mold, and like people are different and not everyone's the same. But I think that that's a story for a lot of artists. I think Adam Duff talks about this a lot, where he feels like, I don't know if you know Adam Duff on YouTube, but he had a lot of good videos in the past. I don't know what he's been making these days. I haven't been watching them, so I can't. A lot of YouTubers change throughout their career. I don't know what he's been doing lately. I think he's been doing more or less the same stuff, but he talks a lot about those topics, about like, sort of the how maybe the school system failed him and how he sort of had to relearn how to learn, and how a lot of the things he thought were true about what it takes to be a good artist or what it takes to be successful were just kind of these like platitudes that people say, and it's like they could actually end up being harmful. So I think a lot of that stuff, there's a lot of truth to it, and I think the school system lets a lot of people down, and that does suck. But also there's a lot of different like school methods these days, I think, and there's a lot of like, in different countries will do like little test experiments, not gonna say on their students, but more like with their school environments. And like I think it's like in Sweden there's some schools that are like they acknowledge that like kids enjoying the thing that they're doing is like fundamental to whether or not they can learn it. And so their number one thing is like, make sure the kid's having a good time. And if that means you get to play a little bit more and goof around a little more and be a little more distracted, then like maybe that's okay, because you will actually still learn things better because you're having fun. And allow people to like, and there's obviously smaller classrooms and like more, let the kid pick a subject, and like Minecraft, and then the teacher and aides and people will like try to guide them on like learning things, whether it's like programming or art skills, to like create their own stuff. And like you kind of build, there's math involved, because there's like, I'm just making this up as I go, but like calculating ender pearl eyes, right? There's literal math involved, and oh, well, you want to learn how to do this, we gotta learn some math first, right? And like, okay, cool. And then, because like most things, it could be almost any field, there's probably ways in which either current systems or something is using all the parts, whether it's historical stuff about your interest, right? And again, history, and again, like you can pique interests in different ways. And so I always thought that was cool. I don't know how successful those programs have been, or if they work. I think they have been. But like, yeah, I mean, for some people that's going to be ideal. And yeah, I've met snobs like those art teachers online too. Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be snobs. I think my experience with teachers though, and I hate doing this because it's so easy to take out of context, but I feel like 99% of teachers, I'm making that number up by the way, are genuinely good-meaning people. Some of them get frustrated. Some of them say things poorly, right? They say stuff in a stupid way that they didn't quite mean it, or but a lot of times it really is just like a miscommunication, like a misunderstanding. Like a teacher might say something like, maybe you're not meant for art or something. And maybe that's not quite what they meant, but of course the student is going to take that even worse, right? Because they're going to be like, how dare you? Like that is a horrible thing to tell a student. And it is, right? But that's probably not quite what they meant. And you probably didn't quite take what they were meaning. And like there's kind of this like you didn't give them the benefit of the doubt because they said a thing that seemed kind of mean, and so you assume they're mean without assuming they weren't mean. And they obviously weren't mean, but they said a thing that could be taken as mean. And like there's just, I don't know. Don't get me started on those people who say that. Yeah, no, yeah. So you said don't get me started on people who say that potential is wasted on Minecraft whenever they look at a stunning Minecraft. Yeah, so something that really bothers me, and I don't want to go too ranty on things I don't like. I'd rather focus on stuff that I think is cool. But there is a very, I would just call it a common myth. I think it's a myth. Of this, like, I saw it just the other day on like a guitar. Apparently some streamer, I don't know if they're the first to do it, but I think they're the first to 100% perfect Through the Fire and Flames on 200% speed. So not just like getting all the notes, but the perfect stat on all the notes. So it's like the timing is absolutely impeccable. I don't know if I assume that's a crazy, amazing achievement for them, and it's, you know, given that the game has been a thing for like 20 years now, like that's pretty wild, right? Like that is, no, maybe not 20 years, but anyway, the game's been out for a long time, right? And so like that's a really big achievement, and so many comments were saying like, imagine if this person put that time to something useful. It's like, that is such a stupid comment, and it always drives me insane because one, you're not doing that thing either, right? You're doing the things that you like. You're playing the games that you like. You're spending the time listening to music you like. They're spending the time doing what they like. Like what I don't, and also like that is not the same as real guitar. A game is not as stimulating as solving math equations. Like, sure, they might have broke a world record in a thing that was stimulating for them, but why would you assume that doing a non-stimulating thing for them would produce the same results? Like, it just bugs me. Like, yeah, it's very frustrating when people are like, imagine if you put that effort elsewhere. It's like, that is not helping anyone. Like, also, it's probably that person who, when they find their next activity, and I ranted about this last stream, or a couple streams ago, it's gonna be the person who's already, like, literally pushed themselves to those limits. They're gonna have no problem excelling at something else once they find something that they can actually enjoy and they're okay at, right? Like, once you find... To me, I do think that, like, enjoying it's the most important thing. Also, a lot of domains, right? Failure is not an option. In something like Guitar Hero, like, let's just acknowledge the fact that, like, video games allow you to fail and still have fun, right? Real world at work, if you fail, your boss is gonna scold you. You might lose a company money. You might literally lose your job. Like, failure is not always an option in the real world. And a lot of things like hobbies in particular, art, Minecraft, video games, right? They allow you to fail. And that's what makes them so cool for someone like me who likes to try stuff and figure things out and fail. And it's a perfect activity for me. And a lot of schools don't allow that because if you fail, you get a bad grade, and that feels like a punishment. And, I think something that's very unique to art, maybe not unique to it, but it's certainly separates it from some things. Also, hi, Onion Skin. Your styles just changed your name. Oh, welcome in. But I think something that's sort of separates art from a lot of different things is that it is like, if you were to go to art school, hypothetically, and you fail an assignment, it kind of doesn't matter. Like, not really, right? Like, learning is still the main goal, and hopefully their curriculum is gonna, like, give you opportunities to learn and grade you based on your learning. But, like, it's ultimately still about what you learn and what you know later, not in the very moment. And in that process of learning, failing is okay. And if it takes you a little longer, so be it. I think a lot of our school doesn't set us up for that, right? If we fail, we get a bad grade, we're held back, we're not going to make it to the next math class because we didn't learn as fast as other kids, and now it feels like we're behind and we're looked down on. And like that's not right. We should feel motivated to try things and fail, and it shouldn't be a punishment. I don't know. I think a lot of that is just not good for people. Anyway, I'm rambling now. But yeah, I think you said Faye Helmet says, and I've met snobs like our teachers too, people who have belittled me for making mistakes or taking a long time to work on a project. There are zero good art-oriented Discord servers. I do find Discord, for me, I haven't had a ton of luck with Discord server. I just find Twitch better for that. I mean, I have a Discord server, for example, but it's hard because, like, it's a lot of time, and I'm not the one in charge of it, really. I mean, I am the one in charge of it, but, like, I'm not there 24/7. I'm not going to respond to most posts because that's, like, too much. And so it's kind of, that's a community thing, and it's not as guided, which means there's not as many, like, if something awesome happens in Discord, it's not going to be because I decided to take charge and do it, right? And so it's kind of like, from my perspective, it feels like a lot of waiting around and hoping that people do, like, you know, good conversations are started, when, like, you know, it is what people make of it, and so it's kind of up to the individual. Like, if I want a good conversation, I have to make it happen. Whereas on stream, if you find a streamer who has an existing community, they're probably doing things to foster that community. If there's people chatting, like, it kind of, I feel like it kind of happens easier. I don't know. I like the live experience of Twitch a lot. But yeah, no, generally, I don't know. I like Discord servers. They're good, though. I don't think it needs to be perfect. I think the biggest thing, and I know this is... I mean, it's a big topic. This could get into all sorts of things. We could end up getting into, like, why, like, what are you looking for in a Discord server? And, like, is it... Because, like, I think there probably are a lot of educational stuff out there, like good educational servers. But I think a lot of people just want a community, right? They want, like, people who treat them with respect, and there is no competition, and everybody's just, like, in it together. But, like, there's always going to be competition if people are learning, and people are all going to have different attitudes towards it. And I think if you go in and, like, I want a cozy place, and also I want a place where I can learn, and, like, cozy and learning isn't always compatible. I mean, it should be, but, like, when you're dealing with random people online, like, it's really hard to make that happen. Like, if you've never had a critique before and someone says something vaguely critical, it can sound like they're punching you in the face, right? Or it can feel like they're punching you in the face. Like, it hurts, right? It does, like, genuinely, it does not feel good when someone gives you a critique, especially if it was, you thought you were going to get praise and you didn't. And actually, there's a podcast, 3 Point Perspective, which I quite like. I already brought it up once today, but they just talked about this on a recent episode. It was like, you know, some people sort of want praise. Like, a big difference between, like, I think it was that the podcast was labeled, like, you know, things that pros do that amateurs don't. And basically it was like how they receive critique, right? A lot of amateur communities, it's mostly praise with occasionally critique. But, like, if you're doing, like, client work, they might just be like, this and this and this is wrong. They don't say, oh, we really like it. Like that that's a given, right? They hired you, so they do like it. They don't need to tell you that. And I think if it's the first time you felt that, it feels like maybe you're not fit for this, because all they're telling you is the stuff that's wrong, right? Like maybe you're not good enough for this job. Maybe they don't like it, and maybe like it sort of is this like slap in the face, because it feels like you're a failure or something. And I think that's a real jarring experience for people. And I think it I have not yet found a Discord group where there is good critiques, and where the community is not still in sort of like the you're a stranger, I don't want to offend people, so I'm gonna like, you know, give you the sandwich of nice thing. And like, I haven't found a community of people who are just, there's sort of like a culture of improvement without flattery. I haven't found one yet. And I have a hunch that like even I am saying I would want this, and I probably wouldn't. I probably would still feel a little hurt and, you know, intimidated to post there if I knew that everything was gonna be this like, you know, just hard facts, like this and this are bad, you know, maybe you should start over, and, you know, like, you know, that kind of attitude, like, that's hard. I don't know if I could even take that. That might be too much for me. But I say I want it, right? And so I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's where like schools are really good. I remember in college I was in a philosophy course, and the teacher, I don't know exactly what they did or how they did it to get us into the mood of like, they basically told us like, you know, this is a, I mean, maybe it was the way they talked, maybe it was the subject matters we were talking about, maybe it was just our shared understanding of what a philosophy class can be, but we could talk about anything, right? It was like we could challenge beliefs and you know, make arguments against the existence of God or for it, and no one really ever got offended. I don't remember any like people would try to make arguments whether they were good or bad, and we would, you know, look at things, whether it's what politicians said, like a bunch of stuff that like in today's climate is super like, you know, like triggering, right? It's very like, it'll put people on edge if you take, you know, like our teacher would take a random claim about like, you know, this thing that a politician that you align with said, and it's like, is this thing a logical statement? Does what he just said follow from the previous thing he just said? And does that sentence that he, you know, does that logical statement or does that argument he proposed, is it a coherent argument, right? Or is it a sound argument or whatever, right? And a lot of times we'd be like, oh, it actually isn't. And it wasn't upsetting us, it wasn't like offending us, because in that space, in that room, it was like an entirely different culture of sort of like learning, right? It was very different than like outside with my friends. If I would have said those same things to my friends, somebody probably would have gotten upset, right? Because I was like, oh, you don't like what this person's saying? It's like, no, I think they're cool, but like they just said a totally nonsensical statement, you know? It's like it doesn't mean that I don't support what they believe. I just like, I wouldn't have to say that, right? And so anyway, at the point I'm getting at is I haven't really found, I know they are out there, but I haven't really found a Discord community where there's just a shared understanding and a culture of like, we're all here to get good. We're all, you know, we don't care. Like, this is not about our feelings. This is about, you know, the art. This is about, you know, if the art's about story, it's about story. If it's about your fundamentals, it's about that, right? It's not about, are you happy with the art you made? We don't care. right? I think that's a hard pill to swallow, and I haven't really found a good community for that. I'm sure they're out there, but yeah, I've never been in one. There are little microcosms of that though, right? Like I think I'd like to say that I'm capable of that. Also, I am hardly painting. I should be painting more. Rambling and not painting. I think there are little microcosms of that culture all over Twitch, right? I think a lot of streamers have that mindset. I was just like Hawaii Artworks. He might be online today when we end stream. I know he has that mentality. We might go over there. He very much is like thinks like a scientist, right? He's not. He obviously enjoys the, he obviously enjoys art. He's passionate about it. He's invested in it. But I think when it comes to learning, he's not going to. I don't know. Like I think he has a good approach to that kind of thing, and that's sort of like there are definitely different streamers who do. I think pretty much every streamer, I would say, who gets to like a certain skill level probably has a little bit of that. There are probably some rare exceptions, who sort of contribute like factors outside of themselves more than like, acknowledging art as a skill that they are getting better at, and it's not really about, I don't know. There's this really cool podcast called, I think it's called Choiceology. Anyway, I like it. It's like a psychology podcast. They always start out each episode by telling a story of like something, maybe it's something from history, and or like something that, it might be like a major example or two from history of like, the sunk cost fallacy and where it really screwed someone because they couldn't get over their sort of their investment that they've already invested into this thing, right? The work they've done. I don't even know. I think it's that. I could be wrong. Here, let me shout him out. He's gonna be like, why are you shouting me out? Shout out Hawaii Artworks. Let me see if that's actually the name. I don't know. But anyway, I think he's super cool. He might be online right now. It'd be funny if he were online and I shout him out. Okay, he's not online. Just gonna... Yeah, that's it. There we go. Anyway, but okay, so yeah, there's this podcast called Choiceology, and it kind of dives a bit into this of like all these little psychological things that sort of choices we make and how we, navigate the world, and things we can actually do to like either, it's not always improve, but basically think, common pitfalls that humans face and why they face them, and trying to understand that, and maybe like being able to make better choices in our own lives so that we don't run into those same roadblocks, right? And one of them is just like, just recently I listened to one. It wasn't anything new to me, but it's it was on, what do you call it? Like the growth mindset, right? Having like a growth mindset or a fixed mindset. And I think that is just such a big part of it. I think pretty much any artist who gets to a fairly high level of skill pretty much has a growth mindset. Like I would argue, maybe not all of them. I'm sure there's exceptions, but I think generally there's a point where you have to have confronted your own mistakes so many times, and you have to acknowledge that like this is just one step on the journey of learning things, and you have to be a beginner, and you have to try things. And yes, that might mean if you try a new medium, you're gonna suck again, and you have to be comfortable enough to suck, and not cling on to things too tightly that you're kind of okay at, because again, it's the process of learning. And I think that took me a long time kind of to learn. It probably wasn't until after I graduated from college that I realized, like, hey, art is a skill, I can learn it. And it's, you know, I always thought it was like a thing some people could do and some people can't. And like, I was one of the ones who wasn't that great at it. I mean, I wasn't terrible, but like, I certainly wasn't, you know, destined to be a pro artist or anything. Except then I was like, wait, it's actually a skill. And at some point it clicked for me. I'm like, wait, art's a skill, I can learn it too. And I did. I started learning it, right? Starting with the fundamentals, starting with the basics, building blocks, simple steps, baby steps, right? Not like trying new things, lots of experimenting, lots of studying, lots of reading, figuring things out. If I don't know something, asking for help, right? A lot of these things that I was allowed to do that I didn't really know I could do, right? Asking for help felt like, oh, it's not my art anymore because someone else is giving input. Looking at reference, well, that's not coming from me. That's not a real artist, right? Like these thoughts that are just not true. They're complete myths. But I had a lot of those ideas in my head. I think just because of like the way I grew up, and maybe, you know, maybe my parents, the way they talked about certain things, you know, just sort of the culture of art in around where I grew up. It wasn't like anyone was actively spreading these lies, but it was just sort of there in the culture, and it sort of, I just picked it up as a kid just because it was around me. And that was really unfortunate. And I kind of, you know, I sort of hate that happened because I feel like I could have gotten into art way sooner. And, you know, it could have changed things a lot. But yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. But anyway, I guess the point that I'm getting at is I think that is something that, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what point I'm making anymore. Nick Waz, Faye says Nick Waz is a pixel artist who likes to critique stuff live, and he's only snobby as a joke. Yeah, I think that's another thing, and I was kind of alluded to this earlier when I almost like apologized beforehand, but then I never got to the point. I do think a lot of times artists will, you know, say something jokingly, or they'll say it a little bit, you know, rough around the edges, and I think it can oftentimes get interpreted as snobbiness. Dog Will Hunt, welcome in, Raiders. But yeah, like I always hear all these horror stories, and I mean, I know there are crazy examples of teachers being terrible to students and like telling them they'll never amount to anything. But I've also seen it firsthand where I'm in a class with a teacher and a student, and the teacher says something to my fellow student, and I interpret it one way, and the student after the class will be talking because we're friends, and they go on a rant about how horrible the teacher was, and I'm like, are we living in two different worlds? Like, the teacher complimented you and they encouraged you, and you took it as like you are nothing. And like the difference of how you can hear something and read something and sort of like, you can take something so totally different away from an experience, simply because you maybe it's a belief you have about yourself, or, you know, I don't want to go too Freudian here, but like, or too psychology here, but like, maybe it's a belief you have about yourself and you're interpreting that other people must also think that, you know? And I don't know why it happens exactly, but all I know is that very well-meaning people can suddenly become the enemy because people are assuming the worst of them. And I just think that happens a lot with artists, especially people who are frustrated with what they're doing, right? They want feedback. Teacher then tells them that, you know, they need to start over, and you know, they were looking for like get the fix to what they were doing, and the teacher saying start over, and to them that sounds like none of it's good. It all needs to be scrapped. But like, maybe that's not what the teacher meant. Maybe the teacher meant, like, you know, like, as a process, starting over is a good thing, and you can still learn and use what worked from the last one, but that, you know, maybe it's an iterative process they're teaching, and maybe you didn't understand that was what they were trying to teach. And so that iterative process now sounded like everything you did up to this point is garbage and you need to scrap it all. That's not what they were saying, but it sounded like it. So that's something that I think can happen. Hello again. Hope you are doing well. Dog Will Hunt, I am doing well. Today is a good day. I'm painting very slowly. It's kind of just a chill stream, and we're talking about art stuff as I put colors on the page. It's not exactly a groundbreaking stream in terms of the artwork we're doing, but it's fun. Yeah, very, very slow stream in terms of art making, but yeah, we're having some good conversations. Yeah, but as always, share art tax. Let us know what you were working on. Leg Owl, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, let us know what you were working on. You're more than welcome to share stuff. Sometimes starting over can be so much easier than fixing stuff afterward. Oh, totally. Totally. And it's not to say that everything you did up to that point is wasted, right? You might have learned the direction, you might have learned some not to-dos, you might have learned some what to-dos, but like my point is that sometimes I think especially if you're a student, you don't always know the end goal of the teacher, because maybe that's at the fault of the teacher. Maybe they should have told you their goal. But I think a lot of times if they would, you wouldn't have understood it anyway, because you don't have that perspective of like what is possible or like what the mindset would even look like. And so they're trying to coach you along step by step. Sometimes it's just in the form of assignments. And they're hoping that if you do the work, if you do what they say, that you will then go through the motions to sort of think the way they're hoping that you end up thinking, right? You'll find the solutions to the problems that they're putting in front of you, that you'll see the fruits of your labor if you do what they say. But a lot of times it doesn't happen, right? A lot of times, teacher will give you assignment and you're like, this is useless. Well, maybe, but also maybe it has a point and maybe you're just not seeing it, right? Maybe them telling you, this and this and this is wrong. Maybe they just think that you can take it and maybe they were wrong, right? I'm not saying it's always your fault. It probably isn't, right? But most teachers don't get into teaching to ruin people's lives. Like most people they want to teach. They love their subject. They really want more people into art. Maybe they're just having a bad day. But yeah, I don't know. It's tricky. Chapinski, hello. I didn't say hello earlier. Dog Will Hunt says, I was working on a scene for your next YouTube video. I just posted my first one today. There's a link if anyone wants to watch it. I will take a look. I'm not going to put it on stream. I guess I could, depending on how long it is. Ooh, it's kind of long.
Many moons ago.
Ooh, there's a voice. I'll watch a few seconds of it. But yeah, go click the link. I don't mean to watch your YouTube video on stream. And also, this is on the lowest resolution. I apologize. Ooh, look at that lightning.
The deities cursed that land to keep civilization in shackles.
I'm gonna skip through. I will watch this later in its entirety. Ooh, I love. Oh my gosh, look at the art. Look at that. Anyway, this is super cool. I'm gonna watch this after stream in its entirety to give it the attention it deserves. But thank you for sharing. Everybody should click the link and go watch the video. The Origin of the New Continent by Dog Will Hunt. That is cool. I envy your ability to actually put stuff on YouTube because I'm really bad at that. But I don't remember what triggered this conversation for me or what started it, but Faye said I've had enough critique to know when people are trying to actually improve my stuff or if they just want to crap all over it, trust me. Yeah, I mean, online it's tricky, right? Because you don't really know. I will say, I've spent enough time in game communities to actually... I mean, I know you said trust you.
I'm just going to respectfully, as kindly as possible, say that I'm not sure I do. And I hate doing this to people because I know this makes me like the villain. Um, because I don't even trust I don't even trust myself to know when someone is being mean or like when they're trying to be mean. Because like if you've ever spent time on, and here's my counterfactual example to like this is why I don't believe that. People on video game communities and indie forums, they are the most horrible, vicious people, and yet I see all the time people defending horrible, mean comments that clearly, to me, seem like they're not constructive in the least, and they defend them as if this is just criticism. This is constructive They genuinely believe that those mean things are constructive criticism. I think some people just don't know the difference in how to word things. I think there's just a lot of people don't know what constructive criticism even looks like, and so they genuinely are trying to help. And some people will just say this thing sucks, and that is them trying to be nice. Like I genuinely believe that some people have no idea. Like maybe it's because they've never been on the creative end of the thing, so they don't understand like what that feels like to receive a nice comment versus a mean comment, or they have no concept of like what useful feedback is. But I think some people are just clueless. So I don't think that everyone who says mean things are actually trying to be mean. I give people the benefit. I mean, I don't always give them benefit. Like, if someone's being mean, I'll just block them. Don't get me wrong. Get out of here. But I think in hindsight, it's not gonna get to me because they could be a troll. They could be trying to be mean. They could be being honest, and like maybe that would hurt the most. I don't know. But like, it's really I don't really know. And I know that what I do know is that people are all over the place in terms of how they communicate, what their motives are. I mean, I think if people have been in art communities, they do learn sort of the culture. But like, I know that there are other cultures, video game communities as one of them, where their form of constructive criticism is anything but constructive. Like, so I play a game called Path of Exile, and there was like, a barrage of posts of basically people just giving their thoughts on the league. A lot of people are like, this is the worst league that we've had. GGG is misguided. That's the company's name, Grinding Gear Games. They're misguided, and people are like, why are you guys so harsh? You're attacking them. And some of them, were maybe a little harsh. Some of them were like, they suck. They're just money grabbing, like whatever. That's just that's just an attack. But like, there's no criticism. That's just you telling them that they're stupid or something, that developers are idiots, But a lot of these people genuinely would defend their mean stuff as like, this is criticism. So I believe them. I think they were trying to be critical. I just think they suck at it, right? I think giving critiques is hard. It's hard to give good critiques, and it's probably even harder to take a good critique, right? It's hard to sort of stomach the feeling that like maybe you don't know as much as you do, or like I don't know. I mean, I think that's probably the hardest part, is sort of even the nicest critique can feel like a gut punch if you're not used to good critiques. And God forbid you get someone who's a little bit not very good socially, like I am, and I word things funky, and also I'm sitting off camera. Hold on. Like, I mean, you get someone who's not all that great socially because we spend all day inside doing art, and then we try to express our opinions online to a stranger who doesn't share our values quite the same. And like, yes, communication goes so terribly wrong. So I don't know. I do question when people sort of have these takes about strangers on the internet. I don't know. I feel like we get it wrong a lot. And I say that because I do. And I think if I can, surely so can other people. And I think some people seemingly believe they can't. So I don't know. I'm not sure what makes. Yeah, I don't know. Hope it's going well. Hey, Skittle is going well. It's going good. It's going slow, is what it's going. Art-wise, I've been like rambling all day and no painting. But I will say I've been happy with the paintings. I've been happy with the rants. I think we've had some really good conversations about learning, education, different things. But yeah, very slow arting. A lot of rambling. It is a good time. I mean, I think, you know, we've been talking about communities. Also, I'm going to ask a question to you that I mentioned earlier. It wasn't really a question, but it was more of a conclusion. But I'm going to ask it in the form of a question. Have you found any art communities that are like super good at the like having a culture of critique without sugarcoating and sort of not offending, where it's like people aren't, there's no flattery? I haven't found any, which is why I ask. Like, I know they exist, but I don't think I'm a part of a single art community where people are super like learning first, all business, no nonsense, but also not getting offended. I don't know if I've, like, every community I've been in either turns into flattery fest where people are just being nice, or some weird mix of both, or like my community, for example, in Discord is like, I pretty much have stated that, like, if you want feedback, you ask for it. It's not going to be given. You're just going to be given a heart and ooh, I like this, right? No one's going to jump out of the gate and tell you what you did wrong. No one's going to, like, ever tell you to restart, you know? Like that's never going to happen, because that's not the vibe, right? Like, I don't, and I'm not sure I want it to be the vibe, but you have to ask straight up. You have to, you as the person getting a critique has to be really, really like forward about saying, I need help with this, and this. What am I doing wrong in this area? You know? And then sometimes you still have to like pry it out of the people, because they're still sugarcoating things and they're beating around the bush, and like they don't want to offend you, and so they tiptoe and like no, just like get to the point, you know? And it's hard. It's sort of this weird dance, and I haven't found a great community. But it does have to, I think it's always, the closest I've been are basically entirely professionals. They're no amateurs. Because I think, and we were talking about this earlier, it's just such a hard thing. Some people are like, I can take a critique, and then they can't. Because it hurts. It's hard. So yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things that is sort of, I was curious if you found anything that's truly like that, or like, you know, maybe getting close. Pepperly says, I'm one that does decent-ish crit, but the people asking for it don't take it well. But see, that's the thing though, like, you assume you're doing it well, but like, maybe you could do better to like meet them where they're at, and like, right? There's this weird, like, there's a skill involved, and again, I'm not saying you're not. You probably are giving a great critique. You're probably being very conscientious and thoughtful about it. But yeah, it's tough, right? People who ask for critiques will take it poorly, or people who give critiques will give it poorly, right? From the perspective of each people, it's the other person's fault, right? Always. Person gets a critique, that person was mean. They, you know, all they did was insult my work. And then from the critiquer's point of view is like, that person's an idiot. All they did was just like take everything personally. And you're like, oh my God, this communication is failing. Like, why can't we all just get along? You know? And I don't really know how to get past that, other than be like, suck it up, both of you. Like, try to be more professional. Don't take it personally. Like, it's hard not to blame the person who's taking it personally, because I guess in my mind, even if they end up trashing you, there's probably something you can take away, right? There's always reading between the lines. Even if it's like the most mean-spirited comment, there could be some truth in it, you know? It's not to say that, like, you need to, you know, let bullies affect you and, you know, don't like, no, if someone is just being mean, ignore them. Like, who cares? They're a random person on the street corner yelling, as far as I'm concerned, right? They're not someone that I care about. I don't need to worry about what they're saying. I'm not going to take it personally. But at the same time, I could for a brief moment wonder if what they said is true. See if what maybe do they, is what they say, could it be valid? And if it's not, then I can dismiss it. But like, I find that it almost, in my head, it almost shouldn't matter how bad the person is at expressing themselves, right? If they're a little bit awkward, they aren't good at social norms or niceties, I should be able to do my best to read between the lines, take the good from what they're saying and discard the bad, and like, I'm hoping that they're good at a critique, but also like, they're probably not. Most people who are really knowledgeable aren't the best teachers. And I mean, most of the best teachers are also very knowledgeable, but I don't think just because someone is good doesn't mean they're a great teacher and doesn't mean they're a great critiquer. And they might be a little blunt. They might be a little harsh. And I think there is, all we can do as the artist looking for a critique is just like suck it up, kinda. I mean, obviously we can ignore people who are bad at communicating, but if learning is the main goal, I think there is a little bit of, like trying to learn to find the good in the bad sort of thing. That's all we can do, is just that's controlling our own experience and environment. We can't control how someone else talks to us. All we can do is control how we respond to it. But yeah, I don't know. Critiques are a tough topic because there's all this like weird miscommunication stuff happening, and everyone can take it personally, and different people. This is why I feel like critiques really almost need to be like not a mini therapy session, but like a mini coaching session. Like, where are you? What are your, let me see all of your work. Let me try to understand where you are, what your goals are. What have you done so far up to this point? What does your journey sort of look like? What have you tried and not tried? And sort of like an evaluation session, which might get into questions that the person asking for the critique never even thought of, which would be very telling. But like, that might need to be done before you can give a good critique, because you just don't know what they have and haven't done. Like, okay, I'll give an example. I posted some art. I'm not going to tell you what it was or how I feel about it, but I posted some art on Reddit, I think. And I remember almost unanimously, not unanimously, but like 3 out of 5, right? Comments or critiques were you need to use references for your anatomy, right? That was the critique. You need to use reference for anatomy, right? Just like, clearly they were saying my anatomy is wrong. I need to use reference. You know how I took that? These people are idiots. That can't be the problem. You know why? Because I used reference, right? Like, that frustrated me. They clearly, obviously, that just me using reference was not the solution to the problem, because I literally did it, right? So that I know that wasn't the problem, and I also think I know what the problem is now, but in the moment, that wasn't the problem. It couldn't have been, right? I had literal proof to the opposite of that. And so the majority of them were just guessing. They were going on like, but they weren't trying to be mean, right? They were just saying, do this thing. And so that to me is like, it's so tricky, because every one of those people, I think, were genuinely offering good advice. Use reference. That's great. Reference is amazing. Everyone should use reference, right? But the critique was still bad. They gave good advice in a very kind way. Some of them even sugarcoated it and was like, hey, I'm really liking the direction. I think you would do a lot better if you were to use references to make sure your anatomy is correct, right? Every one of them, if you were to look at that in isolation without seeing my art, you'd be like, oh, that person is, what a great critique. I totally agree. But it wasn't accurate. Like, and I know that because I did use reference. Now, maybe I didn't use it correctly, but that's not what they were saying. They weren't critiquing me on how to use reference. I also didn't supply them with proper information, right? I didn't show the people all the work that I had done to get reference and use it, right? So I didn't do my part as an asker of a critique to give them enough info. They didn't do enough questions as a critique to ask me what I had done and what that looked like. We were all totally just garbage at that critique process, but like I came away from it as these people don't know what they're talking about. They probably came around with it as this person's being resistant because they're telling me that's not the problem. And like, who's right? Well, we both sucked, right? I sucked at getting a critique because I didn't do my upfront work of like supplying the info. They sucked at giving them because they didn't do their work of like asking questions when they didn't know things, right? They didn't have context and they didn't bother figuring it out. And like neither of us did our part. I think that happens so often, right? Everybody just feels like the critique was bad, the teacher's bad, the teacher's like the student's bad. You know, some students just can't learn. Some people are like, that teacher's is garbage, and like they don't believe in me. And it's like, I don't think that's the problem. I don't think that's the takeaway. I think the takeaway is something else, right? Anyway, that's been a thing that I've just observed a lot over the years, and it's sad, but I think the reality is critiques are hard, man. They're hard to get. They're hard to give. Everybody has different goals and motivations and experiences and tolerances for discomfort and different words and cultures, and everything is just such a big jumble. And I don't know, I feel like we just need to be a little bit more, you know, both try to be a little bit more resilient in when we get negative feedback, but also like just try to be a little bit more graceful, I guess, in how we treat others and ourselves. And I don't know, be kind to people, you know? And if someone's, I don't know what I'm trying to say. A lot of people I've seen asking for critiques just don't ask the right questions. Well, that's the thing though, like, but you don't always know what to ask, right? If you don't, this is where a good critiquer is like a good teacher, right? They have to do a little bit of evaluation. You have to do a little bit of asking. A total beginner doesn't know what they don't know, and so they don't know what to ask, right? It's easy for someone like me in hindsight to be like, oh, well, I should have given them more about what I had done. I should have given them more about my process. But I didn't know that's what a good critique is, right? I didn't know what a good critique was, so how can I expect a beginner to know that either, right? So on some level, a good critiquer, right, someone giving the critique, they have to lead it, right? Because they're the one with the experience. And if they don't know that, then they, by definition, aren't a good critiquer, in my opinion. But that's okay. It doesn't mean that you can't still give a critique. Maybe they can still take something out of it. But they also might think you're just a terrible critiquer, and you're like, I did a good job. And there's just that conflict, right? And so I think... I don't know. I mean, I think the solution has to be on the person giving the critique to ask questions when the stuff isn't given and not make assumptions, because if they do and they're wrong, they are now the bad critiquer, right? And that's why I feel like every critique session could end up being like a mentorship, you know? Like sit down, chat about goals, chat about process, chat about, you know, aspirations, try to understand if the person's actually asking for real feedback or if they just want validation or encouragement. Like, what are they actually looking for, you know? They may not even know. There's like some cycle, you know, maybe they need to like, almost like a therapy session where they don't even know what they're asking, and they need to pick that apart before they get their critique, you know? And again, no fault of their own. They're just new and they haven't really thought about those things. And I think it's tricky and complicated, and it's, yeah, I don't know. It's tough. I think people treat it like it should be this easy thing where everybody is just like this professional sports team and they just play super well together and they're on the same wavelength, and like that's just almost never how it is. Onion Skin says that's so true. Hello, official Twitch cat. Skittle is the official Twitch cat. How does Skittle feel about being called the official Twitch cat when he's clearly not a cat? But yeah, I guess what I'm getting at is I think most people are probably worse at giving critiques than they think. And most people are probably worse at getting critiques than they think. I'm a human being. I'm a human being. Yeah. I mean, and by the way, I'm in that camp. I don't know where I stand, right? I'd like to think that I'm okay at giving critiques because I'm saying all this and I've thought about it, but I don't know if I am, right? I don't know. I might be missing the mark most of the time, and people are like walking away from that being like, what in the world was that about? Like, why did he say the things he said that was so unrelated to what I asked? Like, what's happening? You know, I don't really know. Because, like, how often do you get critiqued on your critique skills? Like, seriously. And why do you think that would be any different than learning any other skill? I've never been critiqued on my critique skills. I think it would be ignorant for me to be like, I think I'm really good at it. Compared to what? Like, what am I comparing myself to? Other people who are bad at it too? Like, what about, like, compared to, like, a really good critiquer? You know? Like, what is the upper limit? Like, the best professional critiquer who actually is good, not someone who's just is popular, but, like, the people who are most effective, and people walk away from it like, I understand it now, I can make improvements, I'm inspired, and I feel good about it, and then they go and do the work, and they actually apply the thing, right? Like, that's the goal, right? Those people, like, what are they doing, and how do I stack it up against them? I have no idea, right? I don't even know of anybody like that. Hypothetically, they could exist. You know, I hear people say Marshall Vandruff is a really good teacher. I would imagine he is probably in that camp of, like, you know, good art teachers, or, you know, and therefore probably a good critiquer. You know, he's very thoughtful in how he speaks, and he's nuanced, so he's not too heavy-handed. He seems like he would be a good teacher. For those who don't know, Marshall Vandruff is like, he's a lot of, like, the big-time artists that you know of probably at one point were his students, but also he's a co-host of the Draftsman podcast with Proco. Although they haven't done any work. I think they canceled it, but yeah, he's great. But yeah, a lot of people are basically just recognize him as, like, a really good teacher, and when he communicates, he's very good. I've never, you know, I don't know if I've never been taught by him, but word of mouth from other really good artists tend to say he's a good teacher, so I tend to trust them. But yeah. Drepzilla says, wait, hold on. Let me read Onion Skin's comment first. Onion Skin said, I think you can guess if you are good just by people around you noticing that you usually give good critiques. But you have to get in the habit of critiquing often enough. Yeah, maybe though, but sometimes stuff is like, it's like the Twitter effect where the context is kind of lost, so people judge it based on, like, an objective fact, right? Sort of like the comment I got with, you know, hey, I really like your work. You know, I think you're on the right track, but I think you need to use some more reference when studying anatomy, right? I think a lot of people would read that and be like, oh, this one, right? It's upvoted all the way, all the hearts, all the things. People think that's a great critique, and people are acknowledging it as like, what a, you know, they said it nicely, they said it clearly, They were kind and motivating, right? They did all the things you should do in a critique. And people will be like, yeah, that was a good critique. Except it wasn't, because it didn't actually get at the solution, right? They were wrong. Right? That's the tricky part, is that if you read it in isolation or you hear it, and so it's hard to know what other people are going to say about it. I guess if you go to like their students and the students are like, this person's awesome, then like probably the teacher's pretty awesome. But even then you run into the problem of like teacher rating bias, where teachers that are a little bit harsher or harder, and where maybe they actually challenge you just at the right amount, are oftentimes voted a little bit lower on how good of a teacher they are than the teachers who are a little bit more lax and lenient, and maybe they don't challenge you as much because you enjoyed them more. And so there's this bias in teacher ratings of like, effective teachers aren't always seen as quite as like as good of a teacher, even though the test results do show it, right? So test results to teachers do not always correlate to how good that teacher is as a rated from the student, right? And so that's a tricky thing to do. So again, I would argue that you don't always know. And it's really hard to judge, because again, maybe the student goes away being motivated, but maybe they didn't actually learn, right? Maybe you just gave them a great pep talk and they're like, oh, what a great person, I love them, right? This is a lot of, not to get too controversial here, but like that's kind of a thing of like a lot of like alternative medicine, where the efficacy of the actual medicine itself doesn't necessarily work, but people leave those sessions and they have experiences, right? They have this support structure. They feel great. They feel motivated. They feel like they're a changed person. And, there's obviously a placebo effect, but like it's made an impact in their life, but medicinally, it's no better than a placebo, right? It's like, so they feel great and they go and tell their friends, oh, I just had the greatest, whatever session, of something, and it was so good. It and it did kind of a thing, but like, that's not the same as being a really good medicine, right? Or being a really good doctor. I just think it's really tricky. It's not an easy problem to solve. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not saying it's possible. Obviously, there are good teachers, and there are good teachers who are known to be good teachers, and they probably are good teachers, kind of like I was saying with Marshall. I think he probably is. Everything I can tell, he is. The students say he is. Other teachers say he is. Just listening to him as a person feels like he probably is. But I could also be wrong, and maybe he isn't as good as people think he is, and maybe he's, just popular because he's a nice dude, Like, that could be a thing, too, Like, the competency type stuff with, like, the, not the Flynn effect, that's that other thing. The, it's named after a president, but the effect where, like, basically if you look good, you'll be more likely to be president, which is ironic, given that we have Trump in the U.S. But anyway, there's this idea that like you can judge who's going to be like voted into office just based on looks, like, way over chance, more than 50-50. If you have two options, you can pick the winner just based on their appearance, right? Are they attractive? Are they smiling? Are they whatever? And like, do they look like the stereotype of the role, right? Do they look like a leader or not? Like that. It's crazy that is such again, it's not a perfect way, but it's an effective way of guessing. Like, there's a lot of bias in there. So yeah, I mean, maybe people are just saying that someone like Marshall Vandruff is a great teacher because he's a super nice dude and he smiles and he's fun to be around and he makes you feel good, and you leave his class feeling excited about learning, but maybe you didn't actually learn because you just were having a good time, like I'm not saying having a good time is not going to make you learn, but you get what I'm saying. Like, maybe there was all these other factors. Anyway, Drefzilla says, one thing I heard recently about communication, there's two modes of listening. taking what is said and applying it and comparing it to the way you understand the world, and 2, taking what is said and trying to imagine it in a world that is actually true. Oh gosh, I'm not sure I have the brain cells to comprehend those two right now. Okay, first one, taking what is said. Okay, someone makes a claim about something, perspective, and comparing it to the way I understand the world. Okay, I do that a lot, I think, where I basically say, does this thing track with my view of the world? And if it doesn't, either the info is wrong or I am wrong, right? That's why sometimes like that, I mean, I think that's how like our spidey sense for like BS is like when someone says something that goes against your personal experience and it goes against all of the data or any sort of science facts that you might have heard. And it's like, this isn't aligning with my understanding of the world. And then your spidey sense goes off and it's like, I'm going to be a little skeptical. I don't think that's right. I can't tell you why it's not right, but it doesn't quite fit, right? And I think that's I think we all do that to some degree. And 2, taking what is said and trying to imagine a world that is actually true. I don't really, I mean, I think I do that in design, but I don't know how that relates to communication. So like, I think there's like I'm not sure if that's, I feel like I need an example for the second one. Because the thing that I'm thinking of that's closest to that is like, well, here, I'll do it with drawing. Sorry, I'm just holding my tea and talking. Like sometimes when I draw something, like, for example, if I said these two lines are parallel, and you could imagine this one, these are parallel lines. Well, no, they're not, right? They're like intersecting like 90-degree lines, right? But they could be, right? You put your eye line there, put your eye line there, right? These are totally parallel lines, right? You add some additional lines here. These are parallel road tracks, right? These are not perpendicular lines. They looked like it at one point, right? But now they're parallel, right? So sometimes there's like how would I make this work, right? How do I take this thing? What would the world look like? And this is a physical example. That's why I'm struggling with like if someone says something. But that's what I think of is like, what would it look like if someone told me this is parallel? How can I shift my perspective so that it works, right? What is the framework of this concept? And this is I think probably the hardest. Now this in art is probably not that hard, but in the real world, it's like an entire paradigm shift, right? It's like when people make a claim about their political opponents that obviously their political opponents wouldn't agree with, how is it possible that their political opponents can genuinely feel that they're in the right, right? How can you be like, I'm just going to use a really hot topic right now, but like, gun control. Like, how are Republicans okay with school shootings, right? Well, are they okay with them? Obviously, they're probably not. But like, from the other side's perspective, like, well, they must be if they're refusing to do anything about it, right? Like, that's obviously a straw man argument. That's not what they believe. But like, what would their worldview have to be for them to actually believe that? Like, so it's kind of, it feels like a form of empathy of like trying to actually understand them and trying to understand, instead of just, that doesn't sound right, it must be wrong. It's maybe I'm wrong, and let me try to understand how they could be right? I think, is that what you're saying? So like, the first one is saying, this doesn't fit with what I'm saying. And the second one is saying, this doesn't fit with what I'm saying, but what if I'm wrong, right? How could they be correct? Like, maybe my worldview is wrong, and maybe it's them that's correct. So I think that maybe that's what you were saying. But yeah, I think that happens a lot, right? Is sort of the what if I'm wrong? What if my worldview is so skewed? And I think in art, this does relate. For that one guy, it was okay. No, it wasn't just okay. Anyway, no, we're not getting there. That was a hot topic. I shouldn't have brought that up because that's not what this stream is for. But yeah, I mean, technically he did say that, so I'm not gonna argue that. He straight up said that it was okay to have casual. Anyway, but you know, I think in art this happens a lot, right? Like especially in a critique where you might have learned something about art, like, you know, you might even feel it. It might not even be a concrete example. It might be like, you know, you feel that art is, I mean, this happened to me many times in art, right? One of the things I love more than anything else on this stream is talking about like misconceptions in art, especially that like beginners might hold. You know, things ranging from art is a talent that you are born with or not, to things like references are cheating. Neither of those things, in my opinion, are true, but some people believe them, right? And maybe when pro artist constantly says you should use references, and they constantly say, I think you can learn this skill, maybe it's not the spot of the beginner to say, you're wrong, professional, I know better, me as the newbie, right? Like, maybe the noob needs to be like, I'm a beginner, maybe I don't know as much as I think I do. And it's hard. That's a hard mindset to be in, I think. But it is possible to, like, yeah, you have to assume that maybe your worldview is wrong. And I think it's hard because a lot of times our worldview is tied to our identities, right? I mean, that's a tough one. I've read books on that topic, like you know, your views being entwined with your identity and how hard it is to change a view even in the face of like overwhelming evidence. There's a lot that goes on that makes people resistant to that kind of change, and that is definitely the harder, I think, of the two when it comes to listening and taking people's perspectives. It's very easy to say you're wrong because my experiences go against it, but I think it's so much harder to say maybe my experiences are being colored by a distorted worldview, or like maybe my experiences aren't actually, maybe I'm not interpreting them the way that I should be or something. But anyway, that topic gets a little bit heavy, I think, or it gets a little bit in depth because there's a lot happening there. I don't have concrete examples right now, but just about not judging what is said right away. Yeah. It's tricky, though, especially when you feel like it goes against what you already believe, right? How do you not judge it? Like, isn't that what we always do? I mean, but yeah, no, I think though that, you know, I've never heard it laid out like that, and it took me a moment to like figure out what that even meant, and I'm still not convinced I know. But I think those two things are like the two sides, right? They're the, but yeah. I like that. Okay, we're just making some shapes here. Sorry, I went a little quiet there. We're getting to the point of the stream where I'm trying to get some thumbnails real quick. Because I haven't been doing a lot of art. We've been yapping so much about art stuff that we didn't actually draw a lot of art. How do you change blending modes on your brush so fluently? I didn't. I mean, I didn't change it so fluently. I went up here manually. I don't think you can see it. I went up. It's behind my face. Hold on. I went up. So I made a new layer. I used the hotkey. I went up here manually. Selected glow dodge. and then I added a blending mode, and then once I was happy with it, I made a new layer, and that defaults to opacity, or to regular. So the first step was a very slow, deliberate me selecting an option. The second step was me making a new layer and then blending it. But also, I was color picking, and so because I was color picking, I can use the colors from the blending mode to put down my highlights and my deep blues that I got. And so it might still look like I'm in a blending mode briefly as I'm doing stuff like this, but I'm not. I'm actually just in an opaque paint form. And so and then I'll go back. So no, I didn't do it quickly. It wasn't done smoothly. It was just the first step was slow, the second step was fast, and yeah. Yeah, a little bit of trickery. Yeah, little bit of trickery going on. Not as smooth as it looked. Very clunky, actually. But that's another thing with blending modes that I really enjoy doing is using blending modes to get colors, and then I just color pick from the canvas once my colors are kind of fun, or once I like them. I don't know if I like that. We're just gonna do something here. I don't know. I should not have spent so long on these 4 thumbnails, but that's okay. You know what we can do? Let's cheat. Nope, not that one. That was from last stream. Hold on. Sorry. One moment. Let me just open up this. Let's go like that. We'll copy that one. Why can't I? Come on. Copy. Paste. Next one. Nope, that one's good. Okay, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There. Actually, before that, this one, if this feels cheaty, it's because it is. I'm just copying this thumbnail from a previous stream. Obviously, it's my art, so it's not cheating, but this is something that I think... Nope. I'm trying to go to a blending mode. Oh, not that. Make a new layer. Color dodge. I'm going to pick like an orange and just put that in there a little bit. See if I can't get some nice orange light shining in here. Some nice rim light. There, something like that. Okay, there we go. Let's vote on these. Yeah, there's not a lot going on in these thumbnails today, but you know what? I'm pretty happy with them. I think it's a good starting point for some quick thumbnails. So we will do this. I'm going to make a new layer up here. Blank out number 6, because that's not important. Go back down to here. Just clean up so that we can see the numbers nice and clearly. It's always important when voting. You know what you're voting for. I'm going to turn off that so that you can see just the numbers. And I'm going to make a straw poll. With 5 options, of course. Multiple selections per person, so you can vote for multiples. And I'll stick it in chat just a moment. There we go. And yeah, and you can, I will pin it to the top. We know Joe uses cheats. Do I? I don't know if I've ever cheated. Let's see, do I cheat in video games? And in art, I don't use cheat. I don't know what that even means in art. I feel like the only cheating in art is lying about how you do things. And obviously, like, stealing copyright stuff is cheating, I guess, but that's not really. It's just, like, theft. That's crime, I guess. I think the biggest cheating is, like, saying you did something when you didn't, right? Maybe it's you're using tools that you... Right, like, imagine that the I'm gonna use like speed running, because like in video games, there's, you know, cheating doesn't really make sense either, and like unless you've established a rule. So I'm gonna use like speed running, right? There's different categories in speed running. If you say that you did a thing without glitches, but you did glitch, then you're lying, right? Then you're cheating. But if you submit it to the proper category and you say I used glitches, well, that's fine. As long as that it's in the right category of speedruns. And like there are speedrun categories for glitching, right? And that's okay. But just don't lie about how you did a thing. Don't say you used, you know, a tool-assisted speedruns, or don't say that you didn't use them when you did. That's cheating, right? Like, don't splice your runs together and say that you didn't, because that's cheating, right? Like, you follow. Yeah, and I think the same is true in art. Like, just be upfront. Like if you did use references, don't claim that you thought of everything on your own, and that, you know, like, acknowledge that you did a thing and be willing to talk about it. I mean, you don't have to say everything ahead of time. You don't have to say, you know, here's all my inspiration and why I painted what I painted. Like, you don't have to say that all the time. But like, if someone asks and you're like, you know, and certainly with like big topics, you know, in the sort of zeitgeist of art, like AI, like, don't pass it off as like you painted it. Like, that's just straight up deception. I know you weren't being serious, Peter, but I do think it's a funny topic because to me it seems so intuitive. Like, just don't lie, don't be dishonest, and like, skirting around the rules is a form of dishonesty. And I feel like in art, not the rules, there aren't really rules in art, right? That's why cheating is such a weird concept in art. I wouldn't even call it cheating. I'd just call it deception. Don't deceive people. Don't try to make yourself look better by lying about how you did something or how long it took, right? Don't try to pass others off, work off as your own, because that's obviously lying and deception, literal theft, and you know, there's all sorts of things. But I don't think it's that complicated. Just don't be a scumbag. But anyway, we are voting. I was going to pin that to the top of chat for a bit. Not for another 4 minutes. Hold on. Let me change how long this is. I'll do 1 more minute. 1 more minute of straw poll. I like number 3, which is why I brought it back. Oh, it's like even. 7 people have voted. 5, 2, 3, and 4 are winning. Okay. Great. Perfect. Lots of people have voted. We have another minute left if you'd like to vote. You can jump in Twitch chat and click on the top. It's pinned. Maybe I should have made it for 2 more minutes. 2 and 5 are tied, which is fun because those are both ones I did today. But yeah, I always think that I think the concept of cheating in art is kind of silly. I do know what people mean, so I'm not gonna play ignorant and be like, there's no cheating in art. Obviously, people mean that, like, lying, dishonesty. But there are things that, like, feel like cheating because they're so useful and so efficient, and it feels like it's taking something away from you, maybe. Like, I mean, I'll admit, I understand why some people think references are cheating. Right? Because I think there are some ideas around art, even just the way that even professionals will talk about making art, that, like, these are your original ideas, and like you know, the idea is so important, and you know, what makes your art unique is that it came from you, you know, it's your voice, like all these things about voice. And then what does that mean when you use something from online? Is that not your voice? Like how does that fit with that statement, you know? Like, obviously using reference isn't bad, it's not cheating, but to the beginner who's hearing things about authenticity, and then, like, it doesn't it is obviously not intuitive that using references is being authentic to yourself, right? This idea of, like, art is this expression of yourself. Well, no, it's not. Not if I go and grab designs from online and, like, you know, use a you know, 1985 Ford Focus. Is that even a model of a car? I don't know. As the reference, and, like, how is that an expression of myself in any conceivable way, right? Or in any reasonable way? It's not, right? That's me painting something that someone else designed. Yes, it's my taste. I like that thing well enough to design it, but, like, come on. That's not. And so it feels like you're breaking that thing, right? That rule of art, of it's supposed to be about you expressing yourself. So I feel like I partly blame the language that people use around art. And I do understand why some people feel like references is cheating, because it does sometimes feel like you are not being as authentic. But that's just a myth, and that's not really what people mean by it. And yeah, so anyway, that's my rant. Rant number 50 for today. We are cooking with our rants. Command or something. Wait, we have a command. Anyway, the winning straw poll, or the winning vote, I should say, is, it's a tie. Does anybody want to break the tie? 2 or 5? Somebody should vote for 2 or 5. Here, I just keep holding my teacup without actually... It's crazy when reference is so frowned upon in the same spaces as draw this in your style, which is incredibly fun to see. I mean, I don't think it's frowned upon. I don't think references is frowned upon at all. I think it's a feeling that people have when they use reference that makes them... It's like if every time you do something, you feel bad about yourself, then you assume that that thing is probably bad, and that other people are also feeling bad about themselves, and like that. Like, I think there's a lot of, like, the feeling of this feels like cheating, I think, is real, right? I don't think there is a single professional artist out there, or even, like, amateur, medium skilled, you know, intermediate artist. I don't think there's a single artist out there, hardly. I'm sure there are some, but probably very, very, very few who actually say references are cheating. I don't think they exist. But I think there is a feeling that people have, especially beginners, when they use references, that they're not being as authentic, that they somehow are cheating. They feel it. And I think that comes from the way people talk about art. The way they talk about it needs to be true to yourself, and it's an expression of yourself. And, you know, they say all these things that feel in conflict with using reference, right? Part of it's just sloppiness of language. Part of it is all sorts of stuff, you know. So yeah, I don't think people are actually say, I'm sure there's always going to be exceptions. Also, Just Fiction, hello, hope everyone's doing well. I am doing very well. Today's a good day. Also, we don't have a winning vote yet. Which one went? I need somebody to break the tie. 2 or 5? Come on, or else I'm gonna pick. Yeah, someone needs to break the tie. 2 or 5. And then I'll work on that one till the end of stream. There's few professionals that partake in the draw this in your style. They're too busy working. It's more like, yeah, no, draw this in your style was great. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. It's fun. It's also, I will say though, draw this in your style is a little different, I think, from like the reference mindset, because it is a design, right? I think there's a difference between like, I think when you do a draw this in your style, you are giving credit almost just by definition. You're acknowledging that this is not your work and it's fun. I think a lot of the uneasiness that some beginners have when they use references is that it's sort of not, it's seen as a means to an end, not the end in and of itself. Like, I don't think any beginner would feel bad for doing a photo study and calling it a photo study, right? People draw from life all the time. They don't feel bad about that. I think the difference is using work as a means to an end in your own work and calling it your own work, right? And saying, this is my idea, right? When clearly you got your ideas from other places and you built on them and you explored them, and like, right? There's this fine line of like creative ideas that are supposed to be your creative ideas, but also using reference that it feels, it's, yeah, no, there are people. There absolutely are people who refuse to draw from photos unless they take them themselves. But there's also different degrees in using references, right? There's drawing the reference in its entirety, which is fine, but also then credit the photographer, probably, right? There's also like the way I use references, which is today I haven't used any yet, but once one of these wins a vote, right now number 5 is one. I might go and find some references for, like, once I figure out what I'm painting, I can go and get some references that relate to the subject matter, right? So then I'm using references very interpretively. I'm using them for, you know, design a little bit and some ideas around, like, you know, what does this thing, you know, kind of look like, or what might I be missing for inspiration. But in terms of composition and mood and sort of the story, like, that still feels like it's me. Not that that matters, but, you know, from the perspective of a beginner, I think it does matter. See, I don't know. I feel like I kind of get it. I think I get the mindset of a beginner who feels that references could be this weird territory for them. I don't agree with that take, obviously. References are awesome, and everyone should use them as much as possible, and probably should do a little more photo studies if you're someone who only paints from quote-unquote imagination. You know, you should probably do more studies and you know, try to learn more stuff. But yeah, it's I do think I understand it, and I don't think it's an unreasonable thing. I think sometimes when people are like, it's unfair to oneself to believe we can draw literally everything from memory. It is. I mean, yeah, it's definitely, it's a misconception, right? And I think some people sometimes forget that. Yeah. But I mean, I think there's also, I think one of the tricky things about this topic is because I think there's a teeny tiny bit of truth. Not in that, like, drawing from reference is bad. I don't think there's any truth in that. But I think there's a truth in sort of what people praise and what people see other people sort of put on a pedestal. And I think this is true even amongst the most professional artists, right? People don't praise Kim Jung-gi because he had the most innovative, well-polished, thoughtful work. They praise him because of his seemingly endless visual library and ability to draw without references, right? They acknowledge that there is a skill level there that is aspirational, right? They acknowledge that he is very skilled and that skill manifests itself in a way that allows him to draw without references, right? They're clearly putting drawing without references on a pedestal, right? And I think it's totally fine to do that. And so it's no, like, there is a little bit of truth that clearly people value this. People obviously value people's ability to draw a figure without a reference, right? Or to get a likeness of someone from imagination. That's insane, right? That is there is something sort of crazy about that. That is inspiring and mind-blowing, skillful. People like it. And so I think we absolutely do, all things being equal, two artists who can both paint a beautiful portrait, but one does it by looking at a photo and the other does it from pure memory. I think we all can understand that, like, having the experience to do something from memory or from sort of making it up, not necessarily from memory, but like making it up as you go, I think we all understand that is an additional skill, right? Like, it's not just like a different skill. I think that, it is, but I think there's also like it's I don't know, it's just like a bigger skill set, right? It's a different skill, but it's just an extra skill set. And I think people recognize that it is something special, and so when a beginner hears that, it's no wonder they aspire to draw without references, right? And what do people do when they aspire to do something? They practice it, right? And so if someone says, I want to draw without references, they start practicing without reference. Well, no, that's not how you get there. You get there by, right? This is one of the problems. This happens a lot in chess too. Not that you guys all play chess, but people want to get really good at speed chess, so they think they need to practice playing speed chess. Like, no, you practice playing slow chess, right? You practice slowing down, learn the patterns, really study the positions, train yourself to the point where it becomes intuition, and then you can play fast, right? If you want to paint without references, you don't do it by painting without references. You do it by painting with references. And, also you can practice constructing, right? Don't get me wrong. You do have to practice painting without references some. You do have to practice speed chess a little bit to, like, get better at playing speed chess, because there are quirks about it that are different than just painting slowly. But the vast majority of the skill is not going to be learned by painting without references, right? If you want to get good at painting without references, use references. And I think that's unintuitive, right? So I don't fault beginners for having that mindset. When you hear professionals elevate it, and there's that counterintuitive step, which is to get good at it without them, you use them. I think that's just like, basically we've created a system where that failure is going to happen no matter what, unless we teach people against it, which means we're going to have people constantly talking about it, because there's new beginners entering into art every single day, right? And there's going to be somebody every single day who gets into art and just by pure logical normal conclusions conclude that they should not use references. No one's preaching it. No one's saying you shouldn't do it. That's just a thing that happens because we've kind of incentivized it, and there's an obvious misunderstanding. I don't think there's any malicious intent. I think it just makes a lot of sense why people would gravitate towards that. And of course, you also have people saying that, like, make content, put it out there, put it online. And so a beginner's like, I did this without references, and like they're celebrating their own victories without references. And like they're propelling the stereotype because they're beginners. And like, I don't know. I don't know if there's a solution to it other than like, just keep saying that it's not bad, It's good. Artists do it. And keep painting. I don't know. And also just like, I guess if someone ever belittles you for using reference, just like, whatever. I'll do me. I'll just keep doing me. You keep doing you. And if you don't like it, that sucks for you, I guess. Also, I'm going to turn this down a little bit. Cross-train a little bit. Yeah, I think. Yeah, a lot of drawing and painting from memory is muscle memory. Yeah, I mean, it's understanding. You can't paint what you don't know, right? Like you said, you can't just expect people to imagine everything. You have to understand something well enough to paint it. Druffzilla says, I think it's best to cross-train the things when you can... Wait, when you can observe your shortcomings in drawing from memory, you know what to study? I'm not quite sure what you mean, but I think I agree. Just Fiction says, for sure, drawing something from memory and then again from reference can help see what improved it. Yeah. I mean, I think that's a good way. I mean, I think just variety, really. It's probably what you meant by cross-training. But, like, yeah, just variety. You can draw something from memory and then you draw again from reference to sort of fact-check yourself and see what you knew and what you didn't. You can also do it the other way, right? You can draw from a reference and then you can try to draw it sort of again from memory. Or probably even better than that. I'm actually not a big fan of that one. I am a fan of drawing something from reference, try to understand what makes it work, and then try to do like a version of it that is different, like maybe a different angle if it's like a three-dimensional object, like a car, right? Take a car study, and then you draw it from a different view, you rotate it, you flip it, right? That way you're not copying anything in the reference, but you're sort of extrapolating, you're deconstructing and reconstructing, right? I think that's really useful. Or maybe if it's like something that's not three-dimensional, like a color palette, take those colors, the warms, the cools, the light, the shadow, the value range, and apply it to a different subject. Say, you know, amazing living room lighting, I'm gonna light my character with that lighting, right? They're going to have this warm shadow and cool lighting, which is really weird and interesting. And like, you know, apply it to something different than what's in your image, right? Maybe it's a composition thing, but you change the story or you change what's in the image itself, but you use the lighting and the composition, but you just change the subject matter, right? Maybe, like, I think that's a really useful way of using references, was where you take it, but you change it. That way you're maintaining the part that you want to learn, sort of. I don't know. There's lots of ways to use references. But yeah, it's yeah, it's tricky. References, I think, are obviously good. You can't paint what you don't know. And we should all just... And also there's another factor, right? I'm a big fan of sort of, you know, blind spots in our decision making and our, you know, like cognitive biases, that kind of thing. And I think a big one is just, again, you just don't know what you don't know. So like making a good habit of just getting references for things, not because you feel like you need them. You might even feel like you don't need them, right? But don't trust yourself. Don't say, I don't need it. I've painted 1,000 trees. Yeah, but there's probably something you don't know. And you'll never know unless you go and get references. So, like, just make it a habit. Go find the references for this stuff and use it as a learning tool. Use it as a process, even if you don't actually need it in the end. Maybe you won't, right? It's totally possible that if I've painted 1,000 trees or 10,000 rocks, it is totally possible that I will not actually get anything from the references that I find. But I should still find them, in my opinion. I should do the due diligence. I should do the work. I should try and find them. And that's something that I think is hard to, like, grasp. It's sort of like it's very much process over outcome, right? It's really about, I'm going to do it because I know it's a good process. Not because I think I need it. Not because I can see a difference. But because intellectually, it makes a lot of sense, right? And obviously there are things that I may not know, and I cannot know them unless I stumble across them or something, or someone else tells me about them. And so just taking some time, doing a little bit of exploratory work, finding new things, that's just a good thing, good process to have. Whether it's in the painting, like, you know, whether it's right now in my process, or maybe at the start, or maybe at the end, right? It should happen somewhere in that process, in my opinion. And I don't know, I think that's a hard one, because again, you don't always feel like you need it. In fact, yeah, you probably will feel like you don't. And I think there's like a getting out of your own way of just saying, I don't know stuff, and yeah. And so I'm just going to treat it like I'm always a student, or that I will always need to learn new things. And yeah, so that's something. It's a tricky thing. Just Fiction says, oh yeah, people early in their process of learning art also still don't know that using reference is a learned skill. That reference or starting point, they don't need to be exact. Yeah, I mean, that's a tricky one, because that's like, that is not, I mean, yeah, it's a skill, but it's like, man, there's a lot of skill there. I mean, I certainly struggle to do that, and I know a lot of even, you know, extremely seasoned pros, like there are some artists when they use a reference and they paint a subject, they are really just getting the, I hate using this word, but the essence of it, right? They are really figuring out what they like about it and focusing on that. They're exaggerating it, right? If it's a gesture, they'll exaggerate the gesture. If it's the lighting, they'll exaggerate the lighting. They are metaphorically, or sometimes literally, shining a spotlight on the thing that they want to emphasize, right? Even if that spotlight didn't exist in their reference photo, right? They take a big scene with a lot of clutter and they say, this little thing right here, that's what I'm going to focus on. I'm going to shine a light on it. I'm going to zoom it in. I'm going to exaggerate. I'm going to make it bigger, right? I'm going to make some lines that lead to it and point to it when those lines didn't exist. And then they do their study, and it's like, oh my God, they made it so much cooler than the reference, right? Like James Gurney does this really well. Well, he'll just paint like a random back alley dumpster or something, and you're like, that's the most beautiful dumpster I've ever seen. And it's like, yeah, because he's emphasized, he's communicating through art. He's not just painting the thing, and that is a skill, right? But you also, it's a skill of knowing how to focus on the light, or the perspective, or the scale, or the story, or the mood, or the details, or where not to detail, right? There's 1,000 skills in there. So yeah, it's no wonder that beginners struggle with that, right? That's like, as far as I'm concerned, that's like peak art, where you're a master at communicating, and you can say exactly what you want about any given subject. You can emphasize it in just the right way. That's like what I aspire to, right? Is where it doesn't matter what I'm painting. I can completely, you know, that the subject matter, the story, the mood, everything about it, how you feel about it is completely malleable, and I can be in control of that. That's like the ultimate goal for me, is just be in control of the message that I'm sending. Even if that message is, look, it's a cool dumpster, you know? So yeah, I definitely would not, you know, be like, I wouldn't ever hold like a beginner sort of, well, I wouldn't ever look down on them for like, oh, you're just drawing the reference. Like, no, I get it. It's super hard. Now, I think I will say though, I do think beginners should be aware that that is a thing you can do, right? Is that you can emphasize parts, that the reality is not the most, you know, compelling message, right? That reality can be confusing, reality can be ugly, it can be unflattering, right? So sometimes shifting reality is going to make that experience better, right? Yeah, I don't know. I think there's a lot of things that are just not super obvious to someone learning. And I also want to say on this topic, because I think since we're talking about it and I like this conversation, I think it's a good conversation. I also think, like, I don't think a beginner necessarily should focus on those things, right? They got a lot on their plate. I mean, they gotta just like focus on the basics, you know, focusing on their fundamentals, focusing on perspective. also asking them to like exaggerate and design and try to add a story where there maybe isn't any. Like, I don't know. I'm not convinced. Like that's a thing a lot of people focus on when they already know how to paint. You know, just because the pro is talking about it doesn't mean the beginner needs to think about it. And so yeah, I always kind of. So just today, when I was listening to this podcast, and sometimes I don't know if you guys ever do this, but sometimes when you listen to like art critiques, you kind of put yourself in the shoe of the critiquer and be like, if I were the one on this podcast, what would I say? You know? And I was listening to a 3-Point Perspective podcast. It was the same one about like what pros do that beginners don't. And I think it was Lee White again, or one of them. I don't know. But my initial thought was like, you know, here's all these things that pros are doing, and here's what beginners aren't doing. And I'm like, I mean, I actually agreed with them on pretty much all the points. I thought they had really good advice. But I think a lot of times when beginners see the pros doing things, their takeaway is different. Their takeaway is, I see the pro doing this, therefore I should be doing this. And I don't really agree with that, right? I think that can be like one of the struggles where like you see pros talking about story because they want to tell stories, right? They're at the stage in their art where they have mastered their fundamentals or something, or they've really gotten them down well, and they're focused on all these other things, right? Because that's just where they are in their journey, that they get to focus on those things carefree. And like, you're not. You probably should be focused on, I mean, you can focus on story if you're a beginner, of course, right? You can be focused on all these other things, but I think it's easy to just assume that like, oh, pro person's focusing on this, therefore I should be too. It's like, well, no, they have a lot of other work behind, you know. Ike, hello, Ike, you came into a rant, which is at this point just obvious. How's it going? Hope you're doing well, Ike. How was your stream? Welcome in, Raiders. Oh wait, hold on to your butts. The bonkling cometh. You know what I love? I love that I know your raid call. I didn't even read it, and I already knew the hold on to your butts, the bonklings. You made it. Oh, that's good. What did you make? or congrats. I'm glad you made it. Glad you survived. What did you make or survive? Yeah, we've been talking about just random topics, every art topic under the sun. Do you guys have any good art topics in your stream today? But yeah, I think one of my sort of pet peeves with like, you know, comparing beginners to experts is that like, I think a lot of times the stuff the pros, I shouldn't say experts, but the stuff the more experienced artists have done, of like, they have a big backlog of like history and experiences, and they needed those experiences to be where they are. And it might be the case that they're focused on other things, and so that those are the things they talk about. I mean, I do, right? I focus on the things, or I talk about the things that I'm focused on. But like, that's not always the same stuff that like a beginner should focus on. I don't know. It's tricky. It's a tricky topic. Now, we were talking about if people remembered their early childhood or not, like age 3 to 5, and then just Minecraft stuff. Ooh, Minecraft stuff. How do you enjoy the new copper golems? Ooh, nice. I like the copper roofs. Do you enjoy the copper golems, or have you played on that update yet? Look at these. Look at nice builds. I've been really enjoying Minecraft lately. I've been there's a server that I've been playing on, a little private server amongst some friends, but also my own hardcore world. I should post screenshots from there someday. I love the giant wheat field, by the way. That's totally what I did. I have a massive wheat field. It's like just of epic proportions. I think I have like I don't know, like 27,000 wheat planted or something. I haven't. I think I looked in my stats one day and it was like 27,000 wheat. So a pretty big. It took me a good few hours. Um, but yeah, very cool. I like this. Here, check it out, guys. Oh, you can see it. That's a nice build. I don't do it. I'm not like a big builder. I like mood and vibe setting, some terraforming, subtle things here and there, little rocks. I'm not a big like massive builder in Minecraft. I really like collecting resources. That's one of my favorite things to do is like, build farms and like semi-automatic farms, or just go in and like collecting amethysts or frog lights or whatever it is. But yeah, this is cool. This is a neat, cozy little world. Is this a private world, or is this like an SMP, or what's the? Ooh, yeah, that's a nice view. I like the windmill. That's cool. Got a little wall in there. It's a nice, cozy little town. I like it. I haven't incorporated golems yet to your world. I tested them with the snapshot, but I'm more excited about the shelves. True, shelves are pretty interesting. You know what sucks though? So in my hardcore world, so actually I use a texture pack in my Minecraft, which makes everything really cute and just awesome. It's not like a major difference, but the shelves, the colors and the textures, because they're not incorporated into my texture pack yet, they don't quite mesh with like most of the stuff, so it's a little harder to use. So I made one of each of the shelves to like see what it would look like and try to find out color palettes for the current texture pack I'm using. And it's hard to use them because it's not quite updated, but the shelves are very cool, and I could see so much. I mean, basically, so for anyone who doesn't know, because Minecraft has like a limited block set, a lot of times what people will do for like trim on buildings and interesting textures is they use a lot of blocks that are like trapdoors for edging on windows, or like they'll use them as the windows, or they'll use them as like to make a door extra wide or extra tall, or they'll use it for a pathway, right? Like you can use trapdoors for everything. Trapdoors are amazing, right? Same for stairs. Like stairs and trapdoors are like the goats, right? Everybody uses stairs, trapdoors, and probably even fences for details. Like they're so good for shaping and rounding out corners because they're not quite a full block, right? But bookcases or shelves, sorry, are a new block that are like a thin block, and they're like double the thickness of a trapdoor, I think. I don't know. Visually, they're about double, but they are similarly good. They're similarly good for these textural detailing patterns on like a wall or something. Like you can make these really cool textures, and you can do like anyway. So they've just released these shelving thing into it, which is it's gonna change how people build, because it's basically adding like another goat block, the best of the best blocks that you can use for these textures. It's adding another. So I think the building communities are really excited about. I mean, they're in the game now, so I don't know what they're saying, but I'm assuming they're all very excited. And so yeah, it's pretty cool. Sorry, I was trying to give some context for people who don't play Minecraft, but basically, it's really about just working with what you have, and a lot of times you don't have a lot, right? The game has a lot, but also sometimes it's limited stuff. Your friend made this over the weekend. Let's take a look. Oh, that's cute. That is cute. Look at that. Is that crocheted? I assume it's crocheted. That's cute. Oh. Yeah, that is good. Just Fiction says, oh yeah, I don't play Minecraft, but I've seen people be so creative to get shapes you wouldn't be able to otherwise. Yeah. there's some yeah, Minecraft is neat. I mean, I don't think everybody needs to enjoy it or want to play it, but it really is. I mean, it's just a sandbox game, but there's a lot of really cool restrictions. There's mechanics, but also all the stuff in like, especially if you like building. Again, I'm not a big builder in Minecraft. Um, I like the theory, but doing it can be a little tedious. Um, but the mechanic, like the art side of things is still there, right? Like, but it's in a 3D world, so like you still have things like shape design, you have sight lines, you have values, you have composition, right? Making, if you have a path, um, making it round the corner and open up to like a vista that shows a cool scene where you can shape, you can frame things with trees and mountains and there, it's basically very similar to painting. You can think of Minecraft like a picture where you can get your angles to look nice and your big, medium, small shapes with contrasting textures and colors that look pleasing together. You have color palettes, you have all the stuff, right? If you want to make something look further away, you can put especially if you're up close to it, you can put like some darker blocks to like give the illusion of depth, right? You're playing with all of the sort of the fundamentals of like, how do you make things look far? How do you make things look big? How do you play with scale, right? All those things that exist in art in basically the same way, right? The same way of applying it, right? You use overlapping shapes. You can use lighter block palettes for things that are far away, right? If you want to make floating islands, for example, in the sky, and you want to make them look really distant, but they're actually not that far from your base, just make them a lighter material, right? They'll look a little bit more like they're off in the distance. That stuff is like, oh, I can apply it to Minecraft, and it's the same stuff that you do in art. And I think, obviously you don't have to do all that in Minecraft. You can just go like adventure and stuff, but I don't know. It's cool. It's fun, and it gives you some unique limitations on what you do. Anyway, I'm not trying to sell you guys on playing Minecraft, but I'm just saying it's cool. Also, like Redstone, my God, if you want to like, oof, that's the whole world. They made spiders and dragons and ducks. Oh, that's cool. You know what? So every once in a while, this is random Minecraft rant. Every once in a while, I have this like dream of, I don't know if it would ever do this because I don't stream Minecraft, but like, servers like Hermitcraft that are just these massive servers of essentially a bunch of skilled builders and like content creators, and they basically play in this world together, and they kind of rip off each other, and they make episodes, and they do a lot of like cross episodes where they're in each other's episodes, and you can kind of follow any one of these YouTubers, but you sort of have these other characters that are in this world, and they are in these, they all kind of are characters within this greater world, right? And they frequently make appearances in each other's videos, and they are all sort of just fun. They're all content creators, and it's sort of this big world that is fun. They have like they plan stuff, they do little like activities, and they make skits and stuff. Anyway, I always thought it would be fun to be on like a large, like some sort of SMP, kind of private, but like public facing, like a streaming or something. I don't know. I always thought that would be cool. If there's anything that would ever get me to play Minecraft, I think it would be that. Like a fresh start on a server with like 30 people or so, all maybe other streamers or YouTuber, mostly streamers. I don't really care about YouTuber. That would be a lot of fun, where you kind of, maybe you do little mini collabs. Everyone maybe has little different goals, maybe not. But that always seemed like fun. But I don't know if I will ever stream YouTube. Or stream Minecraft. Did I say YouTube? I can't even talk today. Stream YouTube. That's not a word. That's not a sentence that makes a lot of sense. Everyone would be no, not YouTube. I'm just saying like a lot of these worlds though, you want it to be cohesive. You want everybody to be on the same page, right? Because otherwise it can just kind of die and people stop playing and it's not fun. So you'd want people to be on the same page, which is why I said like you'd want people to be streamers so that their communities can like give input into what the streamer does and what, you know, like there's some interaction there, so it's still public facing. But the reason I said not YouTubers is because I wouldn't want to make YouTube content, and if you were on a server where everyone was YouTubers, I feel like that wouldn't work really. Like it would be weird if there was like that one person who didn't do stuff. So that's why I said that, not to say that YouTubers would be excluded, but it just wouldn't be the focus. It would be more of like a live, I don't know. It probably wouldn't matter. Sometimes for stuff like that, I feel like there's a lot of ways that those things can go wrong, and you oftentimes want to avoid those things before you even start. And that's kind of one of them in my mind. I don't know if that's true though. I've never ran a server. I guess I've been a part of smaller servers. Like I'm part of a small server right now. It hasn't been updated though to the newest patch. I think it will here in a couple days. But yeah, I'm liking this. It's sort of a foggy forest. Let's paint some nice flowers on here. This is something that I haven't done in a while. And what by haven't done in a while, I mean just some things where there's some clear, distinct shapes. KK Mousy says, me and my brother's Discord usually have a server dedicated to usually all the mods mod pack with a new one comes out, but me and him are only playing Vault Hunters at the moment. One of my favorite pack. Oh, see, I'm not a big fan of mods. Like, I really enjoy vanilla Minecraft, I think. Or mostly vanilla, right? Maybe with a few, like, user-friendly things. So, like, vanilla plus is, I think, what people call it. Where, like, you might have some user-friendly things that are just should probably be in the game as default anyway, but aren't. But anything that, like, fundamentally changes how the game works or looks, I tend not to like. Maybe a few texture packs, but yeah, I don't know. I've just never really enjoyed mods. There's something. I think part of what I also like is I think the community aspect is fun, and I think it's easier to share and talk about it when it's not mods, because there's sort of that shared experience of like everybody is welcome and you don't have to know the mod pack. Excuse me. So I think that's part of that's kind of why I like Minecraft. Like otherwise it's just art, and it's, you know, if I want to play in my own little world and do my own things, that's fine, I can do that. But when it's playing with other people, I like that vanilla experience. I like the sort of the more limited options, but also you have to be more like, you have to really think outside the box to do stuff that you haven't seen before. I don't know. But I'm not hating on mods. People obviously like it. That's the nice thing about a sandbox game, is you do whatever you want to do. You know? That's what makes it such a good game, is that people can play it then in their own way. Kind of like art, right? That's what makes art so great, is you can do whatever the heck you want. There aren't really rules. Granted, there are probably more and less effective ways of doing things if you have a specific goal in mind, but that's just how life is. Once you set a goal, suddenly there's very real things that can be better or worse. My brother likes the mods for tech, and I can't understand most of it, so I just build or fight stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I'm more of like a in just games in general, not even in Minecraft, but I'm more of like a collector or like a tinkerer, I guess. I like the tech. I like the theory crafting. I also like resource gathering, but I'm not a huge fan of like undergoing giant projects. I like prepping for the projects. I mean, this maybe you guys can relate, but when I was a kid, me and my siblings would play with Lego, and we had a ton of it because over the years, my older brother's 5 years older than me, and my younger sister is 5 years younger than me, so there's like a 10-year age range, right, between oldest and youngest, which is not maybe that big, but when you have 5 kids and each of them are getting birthdays and all of them like Lego, over the years, Lego has been accumulated, right? So we had big boxes just full of Lego, and so we would all build Lego and like make these spaceships and battle robots things, and like we were always prepping for like we would have like a line on the floor, and like we would build our armies and we would prep and we would plan, and we never once had a battle. We just prepared. We just like built the things, this is my castle, this is your castle, I'm making an army, right? Here's my giant robot, it's gonna defend my castle. From what? What is it gonna defend your castle? We never fought. We never battled. We never actually did the thing we were planning for. We were just prepping, right? We were like doomsday preppers. And that's kind of what I like in games. I like prepping. I like collecting resources. I like getting to the point where I could build whatever I want without necessarily building it. I like planning stuff. I don't know. It's fun for me. So yeah, that's how I play that game. Also, my throat hurts. Although I will say, I am kind of determined a little bit to learn some things like redstone and just different things. Anyway, let's get off Minecraft topic. Minecraft's cool. If people haven't played it, you totally should. It's not just for children. It's for anyone. It's a very creative endeavor. But anyway, I'm gonna find like a cat leaping. I wanna find some images of animals or something. Like, what if I take this and like, what if there were an animal? Why can't I paint on here? Yeah, what if there were like an animal right here? Like a kitty cat. Doesn't have to be a cat, but like, like a cat. We got its legs going like this. We've got the top of it. It's kind of long and stretched out. Then it has a head. Actually, this kind of looks like not a cat. I don't know what this looks like. Looks like a guinea pig. And then we get the belly. And then the legs. And then the other. Okay, that's not a cat. What is this? Looks like a pig. This is supposed to be a cat. Hold on. There's like gonna be leaping on something. Like maybe a frog. Okay, the only issue with this cat, well, or animal, whatever this thing is that it looks like it's leaping on this branch. And this branch is in a very weird spot. No, that's, I don't like that. I don't like that spot. Maybe this cat is... Okay, cat... Cat walking down ramp. I know this is a weird thing to Google. Do cats walk down ramps often? I don't know. But the reason I'm looking for this is... Ooh, this is a fun image. The reason I wanted to find this is because this is a tree, right? And trees are like ramps. And so here's a fun reference I just found. I don't know if you guys can see this yet. Look at that. I think that's a fun pose, right? The cat is like kind of sitting, but kind of walking. Or not walking, but you know, it's kind of a weird image. But anyway, the reason I think this is cool is because like it would fit, right? Look, walking down, and it's unique. The pose is unique to the environment it's in. It is a fun pose, and I think this is the kind of reference that I like finding, because like I don't think I ever would have found that had I not wanted to paint a cat interacting with a sloped surface, right? And so now yeah, I don't know. I think there's something about that. That's something with environments that I try to do a lot. I try to, I mean, I shouldn't say I would do it a lot, but I think it's an aspirational goal of mine, is to like have the environment, or have the characters in the environments be responding to the environment. So instead of just like a character standing, it's like a character, you know, sitting in a certain way. How is its back foot sitting? Its butt can be here. It has kind of a weird, probably not the best drawing of it, but it doesn't need to be perfect. It's more about the, okay, that's a weird pose. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get it looking right, but that's okay. We will get there. I think what's nice about this is the cat has like white paws. So we can actually put the white feet down there so that we can actually show. I don't know if we need to do the exact same colored, you know. We don't need the same pattern or anything, but I will say it helps in this a little bit. Maybe another foot here. Kind of left a foot out. Sorry. But yeah, I think this pose is fun. I don't know if it's gonna read well. That's a thing with like this kind of thing. Sometimes with certain images, it's a fun pose because we understand what it is. But once you reduce it and simplify it into non-photographic form, a lot of the info is actually kind of lost or tricky to see. And that's something that we actually talked about that yesterday. It's not a capybara, but it does look like a capybara. It's supposed to be a cat, but it's a very weird pose. Understandably, it looks like a capybara. But this is something we talked about yesterday in looks like a cat. Not really. Kind of looks like a capybara at the moment. But anyway, its mouth, it has a weird face. It doesn't have a face at the moment. But anyway, it doesn't matter if it looks like a cat right now. It doesn't need to. It can look like a capybara. That's okay. But anyway, yesterday we were watching videos in Discord, and there was this video. It wasn't about this topic, so it's totally fine that it was not a very good reference. But there was a fancy mansion that James Vickery was showing, lighting mentor on YouTube. He has a channel dedicated to like lighting as like a, for animation or film or whatever. But he was showing like how to look at references of like real places and sort of how to like take parts of them and like learn from them and like making interiors and stuff. Anyway, so we were looking at this room and it had some really weird architecture. And I pointed out that, like, I think if you were to draw this particular house, I should have screenshotted it. Maybe I can find it. Actually, I'm going to find it right now. Because it's on my YouTube. Or not my YouTube, but it's on YouTube. So I can go find it. I'm going to find this video and show you the image. Anyway, there's this video. It is a still image of lighting mentor. Weird places to find stories and inspiration. Okay, here we go. Here's the image. So I made the claim that if you were to try to paint this image, I think this would be a hard image to paint well, or at least to paint clearly. It's very obvious what's happening in this image. There's, it's clear for us to see it because it's real, and, the textures, the proportions are just perfect, right? They all work. This would be a tough image to paint, and the reason is because this room, right, in my opinion, there's this line that goes from here straight here, this tangent line, right? And this makes it look like that this is going to be in the same depth as this. And it kind of is. But this has like a geometry to it where this goes further back. But then it's hidden behind this wall and you can't see it. And so there's this room here that is indoors. And there's this room here that is outdoors, right? And you have a ceiling and a ceiling. And this one is outside. This one is inside. And if you just painted it as it is, I don't know if it would be clear that this is outdoors and this is indoors, and it wouldn't be totally clear. Like, I think it would be hard to make this image look great without changing stuff, right? And the reason it looks fine here is because there's subtleties, right? There's subtle texture differences here and here. There's subtle, the greens maybe, there's some, maybe it's the hardness of the lighting is implying that this is outdoor lighting, and the softness of this lighting is implying it's indoor lighting, right? There's just little subtleties that make it very obvious for us what the geometry of this room is, that this is a little nook or a little circular, or maybe is it circle? Yeah, it is a circle. See, I can't even tell. But it's pretty clear that this is like some curved, bumped out space, like a little alcove area indoors, and that this is like a walkout area. That's pretty obvious for us, right? The shapes of these doors give us a clue because these are very clearly outdoor doors, right? We know that. This clearly, the style of these chairs are outdoor seating, right? We know it's outdoor seating because it looks like it. But if you were to simplify this to just look like a basic chair, you were to simplify this to look like a basic door, these look like basic chairs, suddenly there's a confusion of like, what's an outdoor chair, what's an indoor chair, what's an outdoor door, what's an indoor door? Is this post the same support beam as this? Because maybe you made this one a little chunkier and this one a little thinner. Like suddenly there's confusion in the shape language and the design. Maybe, you know, if you were to exaggerate it and make all of this warmer, you know, and make all of this bluer, like maybe you could make it more obvious the light is spilling in, right? But like without some adjusting, I think it would be very easy for this painting to go wrong. And anyway, the reason I brought that up is because that happens a lot when you find interesting poses like this, where these back legs are all scrunched up and you're not really sure what's happening, you know, especially with you like without the feet there. So I intentionally made them white so that you can see them, right? There's a lot of context clues in this real image that I have that this is a cat, but if I miss that information just a little, it might look totally different, because this is not a clear silhouette. I mean, it kind of is, right? It's a pretty clear silhouette, but like it's kind of a weird shape. I mean, you don't really think of that as like a cat shape. Not really. It's kind of a strange one. And so sometimes when we look at references, especially of complicated scenes like this, it's really easy to sort of take for granted all the subtleties that are tricking our brain into deciphering what's happening. And anyway, I just think it's you know, we were talking about references a little bit earlier, and I think this is a good example of like, you know, I don't know, references are obviously amazing to use, but just drawing what's in front of you isn't always gonna teach you this stuff. I don't know, but I think a reference like this would teach you, because you would immediately struggle, and then I think it would be a little confusing, and people would look at it and they wouldn't quite know what you painted, but you'd be confused because you just copied the image and you knew what the image was, so why wouldn't other people know what your art is, you know? But I think that would happen, and then I think you would eventually learn, because that's how I've learned that, is like, I think I would still struggle with making it very clear that this is outdoor, this is indoor. I have a hunch. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I could pull it off, because I have experience with that, and I could change the lighting, I could change the color palette, I could focus on the things that I think make it clear, but the geometry of the room is not one. So yeah. Art. It can be hard. Who knew? I always like those little, like, counterintuitive things, or at least I think they're counterintuitive. Maybe I'm just dumb. Maybe they're only counterintuitive to me because I'm just dense. My brain be thick. I got the thick skull. I always do wonder about that. Am I just stupid? No. I don't think I'm stupid. But I do think I sometimes I feel like I take a lot more work to understand some basic stuff. But then again, I also think I've gotten in the habit of feeling like I have to try and understand why a lot, which I think is useful. I don't want to claim a superpower, but I think if you've never gotten in like that mood or that mode of thinking of sort of what makes this image actually work, or what makes, you know, I mean, even in real life, right? If I don't understand a situation and I have to like study people to figure out what people are doing, or why what they said is what they meant and why my interpretation was wrong, I feel like I'm practicing that part of my brain that is trying to make that understanding, and I do feel like that has helped me in art. I think that is super useful, because it's sort of, you're training yourself, right? You're training yourself to, I mean, kind of like what someone said earlier, right? Maybe it was you. Was it you, Druffzilla, that said something about, like, you know, the two modes of communicating, or like of hearing or listening, where like you with what the person said connected to your worldview. Like there's a lot of that. Like what's happening? How does this fit? You know, into how does this thing make sense? There's a lot of that happens, and I think this is I don't know, that concept with the reference was kind of like that. Maybe, I don't know. Okay, let's make this cat more cat-like. Gonna go like this, and like that, and like this. A little bit of softness in there. And like that, and like this. Just trying to make this cat look a little more cat-like. A little bit of that, and a little bit of this, and a little bit of dark underside of that. That's already looking more cat-like. Okay, now we can get a little bit of pink or something. I don't know. Maybe a little bit of dull gray red. That works. Just a little touch. Cats have those very flat ears. I like, you know what I really like about this this image of this reference? Is this, the cat's face, this thing is such a good contour, this white. And it's actually the reason why I'm almost copying it exactly. Like, if this cat's feet weren't white, I don't know if I would have seen its feet, right? So imagine this was a black cat, and you were painting this. Would I have the sort of the wherewithal to recognize that I can't see its feet and it's confusing? The question is, would I have made this cat's feet white if this was not a white-footed cat? I don't know if I would have, but I'd like to hope that I would have, because it's such a useful tool to like show what's happening with the cat by it feels like an animation. You know, isn't that what animators did? Is you put these white gloves on a character because, you know, dark character, like Mickey Mouse with white gloves, so if their hand is in front of their face, you can see it, right? It's always clear. It's this very distinct shape. It just makes it easy to express and to emote. You're not going to lose track of where their arm is or something, or where their hands are, because like there's this contrast, and I feel like this cat has that, and it's so good for this. Anyway, I think it's cool. So yeah, a lot of times, like if you're gonna add like a pattern, you can add that pattern right along a contour. You know, I could probably even afford to make like the back legs of this cat white or something, or like do like higher up mittens or something, so that you can see more of the pose of the cat. Something like that, where like this is the full foot pad. That might even be better. Maybe I'll do that. Right, so just kind of big mittens cat. And of course, we'll put a little bit of shadow here underneath the cat. Does this cat have a tail? Kinda. I think its tail goes like this. Maybe I exaggerate it though. Okay. Now, I'm going to take this and do some little bright colors here. Or you can make a floopy tail. I could make a floopy tail. That would probably work. Give it a floopy tail this way. Actually, that's probably better. You're right. I don't know if the cat would have its tail up like that, though, if it's sitting. That doesn't feel very cat-like. It is kind of fun, though. Trying to give a nice... Do cats ever have discolored tails like that? Or, like, different multicolored tails? I don't know. Probably. I have two kitties. My cat is more like this kitty, but all black and white tie on his chest. Your cat has a striped tail? Oh, okay. Cool. Okay, so it is possible. Yeah, I didn't know. I don't know. I'm sure there are cats of all shapes, of all stripes, literally, but I do suspect that some patterns are more common than others. I don't know enough about cats, but I would be willing to make a hunch, a guess. Like mittened cats are pretty common, right? Like I don't know why specifically that pattern. But yeah, I'm just having some fun here, just sort of putting in some blobs, some colors. This painting is very simple, nothing fancy. It's sort of a mood painting, sort of representing the mood that I'm in today. Just kind of a, not a gloom mood. I guess that's not quite the mood I'm in, but it's sort of this like peaceful, chill mood. Kind of tired. Not trying to overexert myself. But I also want to do maybe a study or something later. I don't know. I don't know if I will. We will see. I'm still putting little, like, dark bits in here, or light bits in here. It's... Okay, let's do something here. Let's get some... Kind of put some little, like, plants and stuff in here. One thing I've learned that's nice with plants is a lot of times you have alternating leaf patterns. So, like, you might have a leaf here, and a leaf here, and a leaf here. Or if you have, like, a shoot of flowers, you'll have different alternating patterns, which can look kind of nice. Obviously, this one doesn't look nice, but sometimes you just have these little like clusters and groups, and it can look neat. Little bit of lighting up here. Maybe some stuff hanging down. feel like that's something a cat would play with, you know? Little hangy down things. Just trying to add all sorts of plant life back here. Basically anything just that makes you go, ooh, that's interesting, you know, just because I still want the focus to be on the cat. But I also want it to feel like it's a kind of a finished piece, even if it's not super finished. Because I'm probably never going to work on this one again. But maybe, I mean, it could be a print, honestly. This would be a print that I think people would... Well, I don't know if people would buy it. People don't really buy my prints. I never say that I have prints available. By the way, I have some prints available. Since I just thought about that, yeah, I do have some prints available. Also, so somebody, I don't know if this is like bad etiquette, so I'm not gonna do it. Also, I don't know their name off the top of my head. Somebody was extremely kind and paid $10 on Patreon, which is the only person in that particular tier. And I have said that I would send a print a month for the $10 tier, which is, you know, purely just like as a thank you for supporting me. But I would send a print of one of the ones I have available to any supporter for $10 a month. And there is somebody. I messaged them. As far as I know, they haven't seen my message, but it's coming up on month 2, or maybe it's already there. And so I'm happy to send you 2 prints. If that is you, message me on Patreon, because I'll have to know it's you. You can't just say it's you. And yeah, I would love to send you the prints. So that, yeah, if that's you, then do that. Anyway. And if not, for everybody else, I have Patreon. You can support me, but don't really expect anything out of it, except maybe a print a month if you do support me on the bigger tier. But otherwise, it's just like a freebie thing. It's just, you know, extra support. I don't know. Twitch doesn't take as much from it, you know. Twitch doesn't take any from it. But anyway, please don't feel like you have to. Okay, that's enough of that. I'll never mention it again. You're terrible at advertising stuff, so I understand you. Oh gosh, me too. I feel slimy. I feel dirty just doing it. I need like a shower. Just even mentioning that I have a Patreon makes me feel like I have to go jump in the shower. I don't know why. I know some people it just comes so fluidly too, and it's like they can do their like their sales pitch or whatever you want to call it. And it's just, it feels so natural to them. Or maybe it doesn't. Maybe it never feels natural, and maybe I just think it does because they do it so well. But, oh my goodness. Hate it. But I do appreciate everybody here. Thank you for being here. I really, really appreciate you. Okay, I'm gonna try something. Big, bold idea. The big, bold idea is adding a light behind this cat. I think it's even worse nowadays. My social media presence died down in the last couple of years because of mental health, so I recently restarted trying to sell commissions, and it feels like I have to humiliate myself to be heard now. There's a whole game to be played. Oh, yeah, I mean, I think it's always been a thing, but yeah, I think it is worse. I mean, I think it's worse just because there's more people doing it. The people who do it tend to be better at it, and there's, like, I mean, if you think of it as a skill, everybody is more skillful, right? People have been figuring this game out for years. The people in the business of doing that game, of the social media thing, have more experience, right? It's not like in the dawn of social media where people were kind of just stumbling their way. Some people had marketing skills and they used, and some people didn't. but like you could kind of get by not knowing what you're doing. Nowadays, everyone's just good. Like, not necessarily, I mean, that doesn't mean it's a good thing, but they're good at social media. They're good at marketing, and it does feel like you have to compete and you have to really, really put yourself out there. You have to do all this work for minimal return because that's just that's just the standard now. Yeah, I don't like it. It's not fun. It's not enjoyable, but at the same time, some people feel like they have to do it. Although I will say, I still stand by the when in doubt, just get good. You know, it's not a perfect solution, but I think on the whole, it's a better solution than trying to humiliate yourself, but also doing that instead of making good art and trying to get better, right? Like, you know, I think we're all ultimately here for the art. You know, we make art because we like art, and we don't, you know, we're not just like, we don't just love social media, we're doing it because it's a means to an end. And so I think focusing on the art is probably the safest bet when in doubt. I mean, obviously you can try a little bit of both. You don't just have to relegate yourself to one thing. But I do think it's, you know, and we were going back to like critiquing, right? We were talking about earlier in the stream, we were talking about like critiquing and how it can be really tricky to know if your critique is bad or if maybe you're not great at getting a critique because you sort of, you know, you're taking things too personally and maybe you shouldn't, and maybe the person sounded mean but maybe they didn't mean it, and like maybe you didn't clarify what you were looking for ahead of time, so the person guessed and they were wrong, which means it felt like their critique sucked and now you're blaming them. Like, there's all these reasons why critiques can go wrong, right? Whether it's the person giving them is being bad at critiques and isn't that great, or you're not great at asking for them, or maybe you're not great at taking them, right? There's a lot of things that can go wrong. And I think even in self-critiquing, there's a lot that can go wrong. And I think, you know, you might think, oh, my art is great, I'm not getting commissions because it must be my marketing. Maybe it's not as good as you think, right? Like maybe it is, and maybe it is your marketing, but also maybe it's not, and like maybe there is more you can do with your art. There probably is. There's always more you can do with your art. So I don't know. I feel like when in doubt, just keep trying to get good. I don't know. That's my advice to myself. Like, I might feel like I am at the level that I think I need to be at, but also, I don't know. I can always get better, so why not just keep striving and keep aiming for wherever, higher up. And maybe at some point it'll be undeniable, you know? I don't need to think of like, oh, well, I'm good enough. It's it's the world that isn't recognizing me. It's not me. It's probably me. I don't know. I just like to default to it's probably me, and that way it gives me something to focus on rather than like all these like, oh, how do you get commissions? How do you do this? I don't know. Like, make really cool stuff and surely somebody will want it. I don't know. Probably not the best advice, but I feel like it's more actionable than like do all the social media stuff, get all the skills and still struggle because maybe you had a blind spot. I don't know. I mean, you can do both, right? No one should ever just do one thing. There's always a both and. Isn't that the saying? Both and. Or yes and. Like, yes, it could be this and also that. It's not a but. It's not but that. I feel like that's how I feel with a lot of things art related. It's like, yep, you can try everything. Trying to do some carving out of the shapes here. Like this shape here is a good example where like I think it can absolutely go behind this. There's no reason that shape has to stop. Isn't that a thing that people have talked about? I don't know what you call it, but like the shapes being afraid of each other happens a lot when you paint, where like you want to paint something behind this, but instead of going right up to the edge, you sort of stop here because you're afraid of like smudging your, if it's real paint, you're afraid of like smudging it, or maybe your brush is not perfect, so you have these little like stopping marks and these little starting marks instead of making it truly feel like it's going behind it. And so you end up with all these objects that like kind of stop and start at the things, and they never quite feel like they're continuing behind them. You're having a lot of disconnected, non-continuous objects. It's tricky. Just Fiction says, I don't have any sort of income right now, so it does feel bad. Not that I used to be flooded with commissions in the past, but I definitely had momentum that I don't anymore. Not giving up, but I totally understand how difficult younger people have it. Yeah. I mean, I think there's some advice that I would give only because it's something that I do for myself, but I think it can sound really not ideal and it sounds depressing. But like, I don't know. I feel like ultimately you do have to take care of yourself first, which might mean getting a non-art job, right? Like, art can be a hobby. It can be a thing that you do when you're able, and if you can't make a living from it at the moment, it doesn't mean you're a failure. It doesn't mean your art is bad. It just means that like art's really hard to make a living from, and like maybe you have to pick up a part-time job, maybe you have to pick up a full-time job, but that doesn't mean you can't still make art, and it doesn't mean that you've failed in any way. And I think that's, I don't know, I think more people should allow themselves to do art on the side and not feel like they have to make art. And also, I would question, not necessarily questioning you, but since you brought it up, I guess I am. Just like, are commissions the end goal? Because like, commissions are like a one-off thing. They oftentimes, especially if they're personal commissions, they're not commercial. You probably aren't able to charge that much for them. You're constantly needing to get a new influx of people, which means there's this sort of treadmill effect where you constantly have to, like, it's hard to find enough people to constantly sustain commissions and make a real living from it. I just feel like you would have to have a gigantic audience, and you'd have to have that audience of like a turnover rate like crazy. I don't really understand how personal commissions is viable in the long term. Like, maybe if paired with other social medias and Patreons and YouTube and other social medias, but I don't get it as a business model. I feel like there's a 0.001% of people who can make it work, and for everyone else it's seen as like a thing that hasn't been considered as a real business model. I don't know. Like, I will say, I do like having, taking commissions is great. It does teach you skills that maybe you wouldn't get otherwise. So it's certainly an experience. It's a great thing to do, but I wouldn't ever want someone to be like, I need more commissions. I need money, therefore I need more commissions. It really depends on the kind of commissions in your name. Yeah, I mean, again, there are absolutely people who do it, but percentage-wise of everyone who does art and is capable of, like, making good art, if you took every working professional artist right now who is, like, extremely good, like, very, definitely good and capable of painting pretty much anything anyone asked of them, and they could add their own to it and really make it awesome, I think those people would not be able to make a living. There are people who have like struck gold, people who have made, especially in like, I hear not safe for work communities are very popular for commissions, but it's still not like everybody. Like, you still have the big players, the big names. I I don't know. It feels like one of those things. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I think a lot of art online is sort of this like pipe dreamy thing where people look at the big names and like, oh, Loish is making lots of money. Sakimi-chan is making lots of money. I assume she still is. I don't know. Haven't really heard her name in like 5 years. But, there's these big names that like are probably making a lot of money from art. And like, I think people use that as a model. And like, I think that's the worst model. And I think commissions is like a subset of that, which is arguably even worse. I don't know. The more you have for the artwork, like VTuber models, animation, easier to make. Yeah. I mean, if you're diverse enough, you can tap into lots of different markets, and you can kind of brand yourself as like a a lot of people do, like you're the go-to streamer asset person. You need banners, you need models, they can animate. You can do all sorts of things. I definitely think there's markets for that. But again, I don't even think that just having the skills will get you there. I think there's like a major brand issue where you really have to like be the person. I think it's really, really hard. I think it's certainly a thing that, if it sort of is working, absolutely go for it. But I think ever feeling like you need commissions right now to live is a really tricky place to be, because I feel like long before that, you should be like, I need a job at McDonald's, right? Not to disparage McDonald's, but that was just the place that my nephew works at McDonald's, or he did before he went to college. He just left for his first year. But anyway, so yeah, like nothing wrong with that. But like sometimes, the like low skill jobs or no skill jobs. Like I have a low skill job, but like there's nothing. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think more people should be. I don't know. More people should be like me. Get a low. I don't know. I don't think everyone has to do. I think it can be add a lot of stress, in my opinion. Commissions is just because I have sort of creative input in the drawing while making a bit of money. Yeah, that's true. That's good. I'm not doing them with the intent of depending on them. Yeah, that's good. And yeah, that creative input is definitely good. That's what I'm planning to do. Take a regular job in a shop. I mean, my relationship with art's been rocky because I spent years taking on storyboarding jobs I didn't actually want to do. But right now I'm looking for mental health help because I don't think I could hold any sort of job. Gotcha. See, yeah, I mean, that sounds rough. For me, I find the steady job way better on my mental health. Trying to like be on the treadmill of like, I need to find work. I have to put myself out there. I have to be a self-starter. I am the worst I mean, maybe not the worst, right? I shouldn't say I'm the worst. I'm sure there are people who struggle, especially with mental health, who really, really would be in not a good spot to like manage their own business. But the thought, I feel like I would be in a bad spot if I had to completely depend on my own self to earn my income, and I couldn't go get hired at like a part-time job or a full-time job, just like a steady income or something, because that to me is like someone telling me when to be somewhere and where to be. That has helped my mental health so much. Not feeling like I have to do this thing, I have to panic, and I need to make art every single day because my life depends on it. I have to do all these things, and I'm so grateful that that's not the situation I'm in, because I don't know if I could take it. That would be way too much, especially if it wasn't working out, right? Feeling like you're drowning and nothing you're doing is helping. I'm probably quite privileged in that regard. But yeah, yeah. But best of luck with getting everything sorted. That sounds tough. Working from home kind of sucks, personal opinion. Yeah, I mean, I think yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't agree. I don't agree in the sense that, like, I think if everything's in order, working from home would be awesome. But it's a lot more responsibility. It's a lot more I think you have to, I mean, I don't want to say have to, because, and I don't want to use the word personality like this is an unchangeable thing, but I think you sort of need a personality and a way of existing and a skill set, so to speak, that makes it compatible of like work from home. Because I think there's a lot more responsibility, especially with art, you know, needing to be your own business manager. Basically, you're your own boss, you're your own worker, you depend on yourself and no one else, and you have to make stuff happen. It's not like a boss tells you what to do and you just need to do it. Nope, you've got to decide what to do and how to run the business. You're all the hats, right? Everything from the CEO to the everything, right? You're literally everything. You are all of the hats, including your own, like, you know, you also have to like take care of your food and yeah. But not only, but it doesn't work. I mean, I think you should have options. I think work from home is great. Obviously, if you're working in like a big company, work from home I hear is really bad for like promotions, because people like seeing you, and if you see people and meet people and talk to people more and face to face, they're gonna know who you are, and they're gonna promote you, and you know, the social game is a big thing in like rising up the ranks and stuff like that. The thing you want to do, yeah, obviously going into the office is great, but if you just want to like hold down a job and do your work as a programmer and you can do it from home, I see zero reason why you shouldn't be able to do that stuff from home. But also, that's, I don't think, what we're talking about. I think we're talking about not that. I think we're talking about like freelance, right? Because freelance to me is just like, that's so much more stressful, because then you're basically, you're in charge of making sure that you keep getting work, and your work could run out at any point, and if it does, like, you just gotta start cold messaging people, be like, hey, and you gotta find opportunities, and like, you can't just rely on people hoping that people reach out to you like I do, because luckily I'm not in that position where I have to. But yeah, I do think sort of that life of like the self-employed artist is so like tantalizing. Like, everybody talks about it as if it's like this amazing thing that's the dream job. I sit at home, I do what I want, you know, I paint my own stuff and people buy it. It's like, that is not, I don't think that's how that works. Like, maybe it does for some people. I'm sure there are some people who that works great for, but that's like pointing to Taylor Swift as the model example of a musician. Like, come on, get real. Taylor Swift is not your average musician, right? Yeah, she can do whatever she wants, and she will probably succeed, and yet she doesn't. She still holds herself to a super high standard, but that's a different point. Like, you can't use the unicorns as the norm. Yeah, this is a fun little painting. How's Joe though? Hi, I'm doing well. I'm slouching, probably killing my back. Also my foot. I'm sitting on my foot, which is not healthy. I've been having some heel pain lately, and I think it's been from my posture of sitting on my foot, so that's not good. But no, I've been good. I've been pretty okay. Um, you know, I don't know. I've been good. Nothing real to complain about. I could probably complain if I was pressed on it, but no, I'm good. you know, nothing crazy has happened. Pretty standard stuff. You know, just life, working, streaming, painting. This is your stream? Yeah, but that's not fun for people. Nobody wants to hear someone complain. No, I don't really have any real complaints. I've been pretty okay. You know, I don't know. I guess things can be tough, right? Because like, but no, I think it's good. I think things are good. I think I want to really do like a some studies and stuff and sort of like a I don't know, art, like give myself maybe not like a boot camp. I don't know why the word boot camp popped into my head, but I'd like to do some like, I don't know, sign up for a class or something, or like some sort of art class. I don't know. I think it'd be fun to do something like, maybe not fun, but that's the wrong word. It would be useful. I'd like to do more of that stuff. I haven't done a lot in terms of like educational stuff with art in a long time, or really ever. And you know, I mean, self-learning is great, but you know, you can always learn from people. And I just think I owe it to myself to put more into it, kind of. Not necessarily more effort or more time, but yeah, just like, you know, be willing to sign up for a class and take a, you know, a course in some topic related to painting. What about going to a life drawing session? I don't know where I could do that. I think they have them at my nearby university, but I think you have to be a student for that. And I'm in quite a small town, and so there aren't that many options. But yeah, life drawing class would be fun. I would totally do life drawing classes. But yeah, I don't know if my small town has them. I live in kind of the middle of nowhere, like in the middle of a wheat field. Next door to like a penitentiary. Not that that's relevant, but yeah, I don't know. I don't. I've looked around for life drawing classes before, and I didn't find any, but that was like quite a while ago. So maybe there are some, especially now that university's back up. Maybe there's some like open sessions. I would always feel weird though. Maybe I just need to get over myself. But I would feel extremely weird going to a life drawing session where like every single person in there is in a class except me. I'm just like this random dude who just like shows up and pays the fee or whatever, and just like, hey, I'm here to learn. I don't know. I feel like that would be weird. Maybe not. Maybe it wouldn't be weird. I don't know. I've never done that. I've never been in a life drawing class. I've done like still lives, but that's not the same. I don't know. I should do it. I absolutely would do that though. If I saw a class that was just like straight up, oh yeah, I think they're definitely paid for. But no. No. I think a lot of life drawing sessions, they have them for like for classes. So like if you're in a university class, they might still require a fee, but oftentimes it's like part of their curriculum. And maybe there would be a way to get in there if you weren't in that class, but like more or less it's part of their university. That would be weird, right? Because I would be like not in that curriculum. But I don't know if they again, last time I checked, they were all part of university stuff, and that was kind of the vibe. I don't know that there was any open live drawing classes. Maybe it would be cool. I would absolutely go pay and go to those if they had them. I don't know. But again, I haven't looked in a long time. I should look into that. Yeah, are you in a biggish city? Because I'm in a very small city, and mine, again, small cities lack stuff like that, or at least mine does, like major lacking. But we might have that. I could be wrong. I'd have to look. You're in the capital, so you'd say yes? Okay. Yeah. See, I think you're in a position that I'm not. It's very hard when you're in a small city and everybody knows everybody's name. And it's just like a weird, like, it's just a different vibe. Like, the number of artists can be counted on one hand. And of those artists, all of them do abstract art. Pretty much. Like, it's just kind of like there's a vibe here. It's not a mixing ground for lots of different cultures and people and tastes. It's all, everybody has this homogenous like taste. If you don't do this kind of art and this kind of thing and these kinds of aspirations, you're an outsider. And there just isn't enough of those outsider people to like form their own groups, right? Because everybody's kind of like this is what we like in our town, right? It's very, I don't know, maybe it's a little different. Again, I haven't done a lot of hunting around for life drawing stuff, so I could be a little wrong on this. But last I checked, which was like over a year ago, there was nothing. Nothing. Well, nothing that wasn't university. But anyway, I am rambling now. Let's end stream here. This is a fun painting. Good one stream painting session. Getting a little bit of a blur in some of these spots. Just kind of trying to make some of these lines a little bit softer. It looks beautiful. Love this palette. Thanks. Yeah, it's pretty chill. I thought about doing like a color correction in here, or even like a color dodge. I don't know if that would look good. Probably not. Something like this to just be a little bit more magical. I don't know. Super vibrant. I think that works. A little bit of a color correction. Not much. But yeah, that was a cute painting. I enjoyed it. Let's just write our name. It's beautiful. Love this palette. Thanks. I like it. Something about purple and blue is just, it's always been nice. Purple, blue, some white, some dark greens. So yeah, thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. And as always, yeah, like I said, I do have a Patreon, patreon.com/JStiller30. You can support me there additionally if you'd like, or just, you know, follow me here on Twitch. That's nice too. Here's some socials. We have that. We have a YouTube. I do stream on YouTube. All the VODs are there. They're saved so people can watch them or follow me there if that works too. But